This meeting to order, if I could, gentlemen. Being at 9 o'clock. And before I proceed with the agenda, I would like to do an Indigenous Peoples Acknowledgement. I'm wondering, Jessica, we might add this to the agenda in the future. I think it might be, considering I'm trying to do it every month, we should probably have it on the agenda every month. I'd like to open by acknowledging that we are in the traditional ancestral territory of the Anishinaabe, specifically the Ojibwe, Chippewa, and Algonquian peoples. This territory is covered by the Robson-Huron Treaty of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, as we gather here, there have been Indigenous peoples who have been the stewards of these lands and waters. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this place. We also recognize the contributions First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples have made, both in shaping and strengthening this community in particular, and our province and country as a whole. As settlers, this recognition of the contributions and historic importance of Indigenous people must also be clearly and overtly connected to our collective commitment to make the promise and challenge of truth and reconciliation real in our communities. I would also like to acknowledge the Wata Mohawks, Moose Deer Point, and Christian Islands as Indigenous communities within our township. Thank you. Miigwech. I'd like to add that what I think, as I usually do, that I think what's important about this is not only recognizing the peoples that have been here for thousands of years before us, but also the people who have been here generations before us, and how the obligation that we all should feel towards the environment around us, and how we want people to be able to enjoy this area for thousands of years to come. Thank you. And with that, I have the pleasure of giving a staff award to Larry Fallon for 15 years of service. I don't know where a photographer is.
I'm doing that Tuesday, I guess.
Oh. I'd also like to acknowledge that our clerk today, Jessica, is not only being our photographer and our logistics manager, but also, as of now, our acting CAO. And our official congratulations as part of our first council meeting that you're multi-hatted. Hatted? I'm not sure that's the right word. Multitasked. Fellow councillors, any declarations of pecuniary interest in the upcoming Planning Council? I don't see any hands waved, so I'll take that as none. Thank you. Do we have a motion for, there it is right there, for the adoption of the agenda? Be it resolved that Council adopts the agenda of July 8, 2019 Planning Council meeting as circulated. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for one proposed zoning bylaw amendment and one official plan amendment. I'll briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered through the mayor. Please be respectful of others' time and be concise with your comments. There's no need to repeat others' comments. It is fine to agree with previous comments. All commentators are encouraged to provide written comments to ensure the accuracy of the comments provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments: Z19-09 and O19-02 McKilliquin. Hope I didn't mispronounce that horribly.
I'm pretty sure you did.
Notice of the public meeting were sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. The notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendment or official plan amendment must submit a written request to the planning department.
Thank you. And with that, to the planner.
Good morning, Your Worship, and members of council and members of the public. This is a public meeting to consider an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment application. The purpose of the application is to establish a sleeping cabin on the property. This is a map that identifies the location of the subject lands. It's just to the east of Minnetonka and to the west of Honeymoon Bay. You might recall there was an application for this site last year associated with the establishment of a dwelling on the site. I've got a couple photos that we'll go to in a few moments that identify some of the historic development on the site. Historically, there was 2 cottages on the property. So what's occurred here is the cottages have been both demolished. They were both demolished last year. What the location of the proposed sleeping cabin is in the location of one of the former cottages. So what's being sought here is a number of site-specific amendments to facilitate the development of that proposed cottage. So firstly, from the official plan perspective, and what the purpose and effect of the official plan amendment is, the zoning bylaw, as you're likely aware, does not permit sleeping cabins in the front yard or within the required front yard, so on an island property within 20 meters of the high water mark. And the proposed sleeping cabin, as we'll see in the next slide, is located within 20 meters of the high water mark. But again, it's the location of the former dwelling on the site. So what this amendment seeks is site-specific relief to section F3362 of the official plan. As far as the zoning bylaw amendment goes, what the zoning amendment will do is establish a number of site-specific provisions related to the location of the sleeping cabin and the deck that's part of that sleeping cabin. It also establishes a site-specific permission related to maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures. I will tell you that the maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures, although we're seeking an exception to it for this purpose of this application, it's less than the cumulative width that historically existed on the property for previous structures that have been demolished. So there's 3 specific sections of the zoning bylaw that are required to be amended. The first is section 4.14C. And what that relates to is a sleeping cabin being permitted within 20 meters again of the high water mark, similar to the reason for the official plan amendment. The location of that sleeping cabin would be set back 4.5 meters from the high water mark, and again, that's the location of the previous dwelling on this, one of the previous cottages. There would be a deck proposed in the front of the sleeping cabin, and its setback would be 4.5 meters from the high water mark. So that's the amendment to section 4.14C. 4.14F is really a similar provision. That's the provision that does not require sleeping cabins in the front yard. So similarly, we need an amendment to that section. And then the final section that requires relief is related to 4.1.13.3 Roman numeral 4. And what that relates to is a maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures. The way our bylaw works is it establishes a sliding scale with respect to the amount of cumulative width of shoreline structure that's permitted based on the frontage of a property, up to a maximum. This property has a large frontage, so it falls into that maximum category, and for the maximum size properties, the max cumulative width of shoreline structures is 20 meters. So this is seeking an amendment to that to permit a maximum cumulative width of 32 meters for shoreline structures. And again, that's less than what had previously existed on the property based on historic development. So in terms of where development's proposed on the site, this is the location of the cottage, which was given approval for last year. There was historic cottage in this location. This is the location of the sleeping cabin that we're seeking the amendments to. This is where the historic, the second dwelling or second cottage on the site was historically located. So there's a fairly good separation distance between where the dwelling is and where the sleeping cabin is. And again, it does make use of a previously disturbed area of the site. This is a zoom in of that proposed sleeping cabin with the deck located off to the front. What this figure identifies is this is a figure that was provided as part of the previous application that was looked at last year. This is the location, oh, sorry, we'll go back one. This is the sleeping cabin that's proposed, the old cottage that's proposed to be replaced by the sleeping cabin. So you can see it's quite close to the water, so it's in the same location as that building. You can see on the opposite side of the buildings, the former cottages that exist. Those have been demolished, and the new cottage is proposed is developed at or approval was given to develop it at the north end of the island. So it's this building replaced. I'm just going to skip through. I don't think there's any other. That picture really tells the whole story, that one, but we've just got some other pictures of the island here. So yeah, we'll maybe just go back to there, but that's really a summary of the application and what's proposed. So again, it's an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. When the previous application last year was provided, they did identify their intent to remove this building and construct a sleeping cabin in the location of the previous dwelling on the lot. Due to the timing and wanting to seek approvals without an official plan amendment at that time, they came forward with just the amendment to facilitate the cottage. So we had anticipated this application occurring, and it's really to replace to take a property that historically had two dwellings, to only have one dwelling now plus the sleeping cabin. So with that, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Two letters of support were received from Bruce and Maggie Youngblood and Bill Sayers on behalf of Cognasheen Cottagers Association. District of Muskoka would not be opposed to the approval of the application provided the site plan control is implemented to address phosphorus management, stormwater management, and vegetation retention and replanting, and that a net improvement to water quality is achieved.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this application? Seeing none, are there any members of the council who wish to speak to this application? Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
And just for a point of clarification, and maybe I missed this in your last statement, Jamie, but when I read this report, it talks about this second cottage being removed, but it's still there. So is that what you said in your last statement, that it is still there, but the report reads differently? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not sure if it's been removed yet, but it will be removed. What these approvals and what the previous approvals last year would permit and what the site plan agreement would identify is the one cottage on the point and then the sleeping cabin at this proposed location.
If I may interrupt for just a moment, I forgot to ask if the applicant is present, and I saw a couple hands go up, so perhaps you could provide an answer to Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, hello. I'm Jim Ireland. I'm the architect for the proposal and the agent. The cottage in question hasn't yet been demolished. The agreement has been that it will be demolished as soon as the new cottage is habitable, which will be very soon.
Thank you.
And I don't know if there's anything else that I can answer, but I would just like to say in addition that I think, first of all, it's been covered very well from a planning point of view, and have certainly no argument with the way that it's been presented. But there's been a sort of huge cleaning up of this site of old buildings that were all built within the setbacks, and so the new cottage that's been built has been built subject to the setbacks and is built in a way which, you know, we hope everyone would agree is as discreet as possible. It's been kept low and screened by trees, and every possible tree has been maintained in the position of the new cottage. And so that this new sleeping cabin, which will be a lot smaller than the existing cottage there, it's also on a piece of the site that's been compromised by the foundation of the old building. So we're plunking it down in the same place that the old building holds right now.
Thank you very much, and my apologies again for not recognizing you earlier. And Councillor Cooper, my apologies to you, and back to you.
No problem. I just, just in order to avoid any confusion, I'm asking Jamie again, does this need to read in such a way that this building must be removed? And the reason I raise this is we've had examples in the past where buildings were to be removed and they weren't, and they then did a severance, and we ended up with two properties. So I'm just want to make sure that our resolution here reads in such a way that this building must be removed, and then subsequently what we're giving approval for is a sleeping cabin. Thank you.
Maybe, I don't have the resolution in front of me, maybe you could, or is it the resolution that we've got in the staff report? Is that what we're looking at here?
Well, this is the public meeting, so of course this is just basically taking in information. We won't necessarily have a resolution unless council decides that they want to make a final resolution. Otherwise, it would come back to council the following month.
Your worship, maybe I can just also add, staff's advised me that there is an undertaking agreement already in place for the removal of those buildings, so they have entered into that already with the township.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I have a couple questions, but I just, pursuant to what Councillor Cooper just said, I would like to see that the report that we get in future in these situations indicate that the building still exists and will be taken down and is required to be brought down. And I'm hoping to see that in the resolution when we do get it. The other thing is, for clarification, with the building there now, well, first off, sorry, let me state that I'm within eyesight of this property, and I'm very impressed with what's taken place so far, so I'm very happy about that, and I think you guys have done a great job. I'm just curious to know from a perspective of the municipality, the status of a building that is in existence as far as replacing it. It is allowed that if there's a building in place, it can be, if it's replaced, it can be replaced within the same footprint and that's just part of our bylaws, right?
That's correct. That's part of the legal non-compliant building section.
Okay. The only other question I had was, can we go back to the plan you showed, the schematic that showed where the current building is relative to where the new building will be? I'm just trying to get all the lines sorted out, that's all. Yeah, so back one you're just at. That one. So what's the old building and what's the new building here?
I can clarify if there's any,
Any
questions.
Please.
So the shaded area here is the proposed new Bunkie building. And then the envelope of the existing goes from here to here. And the widths of the building are fairly similar. The Bunkie's smaller, both in width, and significantly smaller in length. It's that difference in length.
And then your decks, the new decking?
And the new decking, the existing deck goes out to here, and then there's decks on either side which don't go out any further than the existing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Yeah, Jamie, my questions are going to be directed at you. Obviously, we have an official plan and we have a Cognizant community plan which both states that you shouldn't have a bunkie in the front yard and that it should meet the setbacks that was put in 2014. Can you explain to me what the impediment is, why they could not achieve the setbacks that are required in both plans and in the bylaw?
Through your worship to Councillor Bocek, I think one of the key considerations here is that there's an existing disturbed area of the site, and there's always been a cottage in that location, and there's always been disturbance there. That the scale of the new building that's proposed is smaller and it's in the same location. If a different location for development was proposed, it would result in additional tree removal and additional vegetation removal. So in this instance, because it's in the location of a former building, this is sort of speaking towards the non-complying aspect of it Councillor Jarvis raised before, and because it doesn't propose any additional tree removal, I think this is the best location, or a better location on the site, as opposed to if a location with a 20-meter setback was proposed, for example. So.
Okay, so what you're saying is this cottage we know can come down, and that, because that's built on granite, that can be brought back to its exact natural state, very simply. What is impeding him meeting the setbacks? Is there trees? Have we been to the site and seen there's old growth trees there that come back? Or is there room to move and fit this back so that we meet the proper setbacks, which is what the Cognizant Association expects, and it's what the official plan is expecting. So I don't see any pictures here that demonstrate to me that there's some sort of impediment that's going to stop him from moving this back and meeting the setbacks required. So the question is, the question is, what is impeding moving this back to where it belongs? We don't have any evidence here showing that there's old growth trees or anything that's going to stop them from meeting the setbacks.
So through your worship, I don't think there's anything stopping them or anything that couldn't necessarily be engineered around, but from a planning perspective, I have not visited the site, but I've looked at a number of pictures, I've looked at a number of information, and from a planning perspective, I think this is the best location, is to rebuild in the current site due to the topography and due to the vegetation that exists in the area. We think it is better to provide relief from the rules and the standards of the bylaw and the plan in this instance than to develop a building at an alternative location.
Okay, I'll take that as an explanation, but I think what we're doing here is we're setting a precedence to everyone in the Cognizant area that says if you have an existing dwelling that's closer than what's allowed, and you want to tear it down, you're going to be allowed to build on that same envelope, even though you have the ability to move it back and meet the setbacks, which is the intent, the full intent of the official plan. So perhaps somebody who's been on site, knows the property, can explain to me why we're encroaching on this setback that is held so dearly by the Cognizine Cottage Association and by the official plan.
Cal?
I'm pleased to answer that. The topography of this site is quite specific, and the half of the island that's owned by my clients is a kind of dumbbell shape, and the portion to the north, which is higher and broader, and is where the new cottage is constructed, allowed the new building to be built entirely within the area defined by the setbacks. The sort of neck of the island where all the old buildings were and where this present building is doesn't really allow anything to be built within or beyond the setbacks. So if we were to build this new bunkie outside the setbacks, it would actually force it up the hill to the southeast. There would be quite a lot of construction damage as a consequence. There certainly would be trees taken out. There's no at all clear area available for the new building. So certainly very clearly to avoid destruction of the site, which is certainly not what my clients want. Putting it where there already is a building and foundations is by far the least destructive solution.
So you feel that by putting it in the area where we request a setback, you're decreasing the visual impact of this bunkie as opposed to moving it back and higher?
Well, it's not really a matter of moving it back because because the neck of the island is so narrow there that you can't just move it back and comply with the setbacks. You actually have to move it to a broader part of the site, which is to the south. But that broader part of the site is also significantly higher. There's sort of a bit of a rock cliff right there. So it would be pushing it up that cliff with the, there's a fair amount of, construction mess and destruction that is consequent to that sort of move. And so indeed it could probably be hidden up there, but I'm mostly all for making these things as discreet as possible and keeping things screened by trees, but it just seems like a destructive thing to do. And
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Can you go move back to the one with the drawing? No, keep the island drawing. That one there. Yeah, on the right-hand side there is a second cabin that does meet all the setbacks. And so what we're actually approving, more or less, is basically 2 cabins on that property. Because I don't think he needs to come to council for that second bunkie, because it meets all the setbacks. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So there isn't a plan to have 2 bunkies on this property? And so then that's allowed?
Yes.
Okay. So, to your point, there is a place that he could put a 1 bunkie. If it was going to be 1 bunkie island, there is a place that he could put 1 bunkie and meet all the requirements. So basically, we're really approving 2 bunkies today. The other thing too is a boathouse. Is that, I know it's not part of the proposal today, but is that something that will require council permission? I see the docks are also being revised too, so does either one of those require any approval from ourselves?
Your Worship, the docks have been included in the maximum cumulative width of shoreline structures already that have been identified.
So we're approving the docks today, the construction of the docks?
So the docks can be constructed as of right currently as it sits right now.
Okay.
So the reason the bunkie is included in, or the new sleeping cabin is included in maximum cumulative width is because it's within that 20-meter setback. So even though a sleeping cabin wouldn't normally be considered its cumulative width of shoreline structures, the way the bylaw is designed, if it's closer than the 20 meters of the shoreline, it is included. So the relief from that cumulative width requirement of shoreline structures is a result of the proposed sleeping cabin, not a result of the dock.
Okay, what about the boathouse? Is that part of this approval today?
No, it's not.
Okay, and that doesn't require coming back to council? Can that be built without having?
I don't know the answer to that. I would have to look at that.
Just a,
Okay, sorry. So the boathouse is permitted.
Okay, so basically we are kind of approving 2 bunkies today.
and we don't have to approve anything today because this is the public meeting,
Yeah.
though we do have that option if council so desires. Councillor Jarvis.
I got too caught up in the last question. I forgot what I was going to talk about here. Just addressing Councillor Bocek's concerns here, we do have a letter from the CCA supporting this, and the CCA is the Cognition community as a whole. I know they went through this. I will also reiterate 2 things. One, the clarification that I got, that the current owner is perfectly entitled to maintain the cottage as is on that site, and to replace it with a structure of similar size, taking in the same envelope that's there now. I believe that's correct as well. And what they're proposing to do is actually reduce the size of that cabin, which I'm in favor of from the standpoint of visibility and how it's going to look. But my understanding is that if the building is there now, that building can stay and it can be replaced with a similar building on a similar envelope if desired. Is that correct?
Through your worship, just want to make it clear for all of council, this is the public meeting. So I think the right way to phrase the questions going forward would be, can we ensure that the recommendation report that's prepared for consideration by council confirms all of the structures that are permitted on the property so that council can evaluate each one of those structures independently. So yes, we will have a look at that and we will confirm that through the recommendation report.
I'm not sure who had their hand up first. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
So I'm sure that there'll be some clarification around this, but once these other structures came down, my understanding, you're allowed to have 1, not 2 structures, and we already approved whenever this came forward, approved a much larger structure that we now see on this site plan. I guess my question is, though, for the architect, and that is, it's been mentioned that there could be some interruption of the area if this second or first of the 2 sleeping cabins is not built where it's being suggested. So my question is, because I sort of think about things like, if it can comply, it should comply. So I'm looking at this site, and I see it's narrow, as you said, just sort of a dumbbell in the middle. But as you head to the southeast, yes, the land rises. My question is, once you get into an area where looks like there's 2 septic beds being proposed here, is there some reason that this structure could not go in the area? There's sort of an envelope that I see that's big enough to take this structure, where there's 20-meter setback, both on all sides. So my question is, why could this structure not go in that envelope? Thank you.
Well, you're perfectly correct that indeed there is area on the site, potentially here, where this building could go. What the map here doesn't show us is that there's a considerable rise in the grade right at that point there, which is a rock face, and so that any construction on this end would have significant consequences to the landscape in that area. And I think that, just reasonably considering the clearing away of old buildings, there was quite a sort of colony of old buildings here, and what my clients are achieving is such a sort of cleaning up of the site, and really a very modest building remaining in the position there, just because it's obviously a good place for a cottage for a sleeping cabin from the point of view of my clients, and can be done with the least disruption on the island.
What question, please? Thank you for that clarification, and I realize there's a cliff, and you've explained more than once there's a cliff there, but that envelope that we were just talking about, is that open area with trees on either side of it, or is that fully treed in that particular area?
Sort of the part that it could go to?
Where we talked about the envelope.
This part of the island is generally treed. There's no openness here at all.
So those are trees in that.
Yes.
If we said that was a good envelope, you'd have to take down trees to do that.
Absolutely, yes.
But on the other hand, just clarifying again, if you go down below that on sort of the east or the west side, there would be trees growing that might camouflage this cabin if a few trees were taken down. Is that correct or not?
It could be, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I'm going to just revert back to Councillor Jarvis's statements, and since this is going out to the public and is a public meeting, that our bylaw allows one main dwelling, and then it allows a bunkie or two, and they're limited in square footage, which this far exceeds. So that building cannot stay there. It would have to be demolished according to the site plan originally. So I feel there is the ability to move this back and meet the setbacks. And this is more of a want than a need, and I feel that it can comply. So if this is approved, we're setting precedents for everyone in the Cognachine area to do exactly what's being done here, which the plans explain that you should not be doing this. So I don't see where the recommendation is coming from. Also, Mr. Jarvis said that the Cognachine Association represents the community as a whole. I don't believe that's correct. I believe they represent their membership, not the community as a whole. So I'm looking at trying to find a way to allow this to happen, and what's best for the community. And I think the Cognachine plan was written to be what's best for the community, and this doesn't follow that. So at this point, I'm not willing to support this application.
Another reminder, we're not voting on this application today. We're receiving information and
Correct,
asking
correct,
questions.
Mr. Mayor, we're not voting on it
You're
today,
repeating
but
yourself.
we will be voting on this.
Next
And-
month, if it comes to us next month.
That's right. So I just want to make sure that all the facts that are being given out here are correct facts.
Yeah, I think I haven't heard anything that is incorrect so far.
Well, I have, and that's what I'm rebutting right now. So that we know that this cabin could not stay, as Mr. Jarvis said, it could stay. It cannot.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. And I'm hearing a lot of information about moving it back and meeting the setbacks, and yes, I agree that, we always try to achieve that, but I think the information that we might be missing, that I would like to see when, and I'm presuming this is going to come back, is what the topography is like. Because one thing we have to remember, when you move a building back into the center or into a building envelope that's has a topography that has to be navigated, inevitably we're probably going to be putting machines in there to get the materials up there, and that disturbs the land site. Trees could be cut down. I mean, it's going to be a trade-off right away. So, yes, I agree that we always try to meet those setbacks, but we have to kind of take a look and see what kind of damage is gonna be done to get it to the site that everybody would, hit the setbacks. I personally would like to see a topography, some sort of idea of what kind of measures they're gonna have to deal with to try and get that moved back, and what disturbances, how many trees are gonna have to get cut down to get machines in there. Sometimes that's just does not make it a better idea from a perspective of the land and the disturbance of the land. So although I would agree with a number of things that are being said by my fellow councillors here, I think we need to see the other end of the scale on that. What damage are we going to be dealing with to get it moved into an envelope that does hit the setbacks? Right now, it's sitting in an envelope that is pre-disturbed, albeit not in the right place. So I would like to see that information, what we're dealing with if they've got to move it back, because that could just end up being more damage than where it's sitting right now. Thank you.
Seeing no, yes, sir. Can you please identify yourself?
Hi, I'm Gordon McElwam, and I'm the owner of the property, my wife and I. A couple points I would like you to consider. One which has not been, I don't think, addressed, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that if the building that exists there right now were conforming in terms of its square footage as a bunkie, that building could be torn down and rebuilt. What we've got now is a situation where we've got a cottage that's much bigger than a bunkie, and we'd just like to downsize it effectively to the size of a bunkie. So that's one point that I think may deserve some consideration. The other point is that, as Jim has pointed out, the southeast end of the island is a fair amount higher. So we'd have to build paths and things like that. There'd be a fair amount of disruption to the land to do that. I have elderly in-laws, and part of the purpose of this bunkie is for them to be able to get from our cottage to the bunkie. There's going to be a sitting room there as well, so they can have their own sort of peace and quiet. Navigating their way back to the other end of the island through that sort of rough topography is a little bit, well, it's more than inconvenient. It's probably impossible for them. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Just one more question. Jamie, would it be possible to build on that footprint again if this gentleman wished to without application?
That's what we're going to confirm through our review and our report to council, is exactly what the full building potential is for the site, for all buildings and structures. So the council has a full idea what they're allowed to do as of right versus what they would be able to do with these approvals or without the approvals.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, I think I will call the public meeting portion of this meeting closed. Be it resolved that council receive report 2019-78 and that council directs staff to consider the comments received for official plan amendment 19-02 and zoning bylaw amendment Z19-09 and prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to a subsequent council meeting for consideration. All those in favor? Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. Next before us, item 6 on our agenda is a plan applications not subject to a public meeting, with the first one being Development Services Report 2019-77, a deeming bylaw with regards to Island 80 on 6 Mile Lake. To the planner, Victoria.
Good morning. So I am going to just provide a brief summary of the Development Services Report 2019-77 regarding a deeming bylaw application submitted by Jennifer Bradley Reed for lands located at 552 and 622 Island 80 and 6 Mile Lake. So here you can see the subject lands in the center of the screen. So the purpose of this bylaw is to deem the subject lands no longer be in a plan of subdivision, which will then allow them to merge into one property. So currently we have 2 separate buildable lots shown here. And essentially, the bylaw in front of you would allow them to no longer be considered part of the plan of subdivision, and they can then merge. So the applicant owns both properties, and they are two separate building lots, and their intent is to merge them and develop them as just one larger piece of land. So this is the site plan from the previous minor variance application that was passed by the Committee of Adjustment back in March of this year to permit the development of a single detached dwelling, which you can see right here, a new boathouse, and a new dock system there as well. So again, the lots do need to be merged prior to any issuance of building permits, and that's why this is before council today. If you have any questions, please let me know. Also, the applicant is here if you have questions for them as well.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Yang.
What was Committee of Adjustments issue?
So through your worship, there was no issue. The application was passed. Essentially what happened was at the time of the application, the applicant's lawyer provided a letter to the township stating that the lots had already merged, but in fact, going through the site plan agreement process, the township solicitor found out that they actually have not, and that's why the deeming bylaw is required. So this is just a matter to allow them to move forward with the application.
But the question was, it came to the Committee of Adjustment.
Yeah.
For what?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so for building dwelling width and for the maximum width of shoreline structures, which was passed.
And that was with the two merged, or with them out merged?
With them being merged, yes. This is, the application for variance was considering the lot as one full building lot.
Okay, so again, just to remind me, they approved what?
So they approved the, an increase in dwelling width
Okay.
and an increase in shoreline structure, the width of shoreline structures. Again, under the assumption that the lots had already merged.
Okay, and there's no proposal for bunkies on this island on this property as yet?
No, there is not.
Because there is over to the left there is talks about tearing down that one particular cottage. Is still not torn down. Is that something that has to be done first or after, or what?
Right, so through your worship, you are correct. This is the previous cottage that was on this lot here. It has not yet been torn down because the building permits have not yet been issued for the new dwelling. So of course, the demolition permit is part of that and it has not been issued yet.
Councillor Wojcik.
Victoria, do we have two separate surveys on file for the two pieces of property that are going to be deemed and merged? And once they are deemed, are we going to demand one survey for the entire property? Or do we have something in order already?
So through your worship, we have the survey for the lands total, which does have the existing boundary between the lots. But again, this is something that once the deeming bylaw is passed, that the registry office and the lawyers would handle on their end. This is kind of the last stop for the planning department to be involved in the lots merging.
Seeing no other hands raised, shall I read the motion? Be it resolved, the council pass bylaw 2019-75, being a deeming bylaw to deem 522 Island 80 and 622 Island 80, 6 Mile Lake, lots 4 and 5 on Plan M-333, not to be in a plan of subdivision for the purpose of merging into one property. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, because your mayor would like one, I'm going to call a 5-minute bio break. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the guy that wanted Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Next in front of us is the Development Service Report 2019-77. Am I on the right page? Yes. Sorry, 2019-79, my apologies. For Duclos, which is 2 Island 4630, 12 Mile Bay. To the Planning Department. Or not?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Getting organized here. Thank you, Worship. So there's been a public meeting historically on this application. If you might recall, this was, actually I got a few slides. Why don't we do that here? So this is an application on 12 Mile Bay. And it was an application originally to add a full second story above an existing dwelling. This existing, what's been proposed now as a result of the comments that were provided, shoot, I'm struggling with this today. What the original proposal was for was 100% addition to the second story. This cottage is located within the 20-meter setback, so we have specific rules in the bylaw about enlargement, as of right enlargement permissions for those buildings that are too close to the front yard setback. And in this case, this cottage would be allowed to expand by 25%. What was originally proposed was 100% expansion, so effectively a full second story. As a result of the comments that were submitted and the comments from council, the applicants proposed to reduce the size of that second story. So instead of being 100%, it would be 75%. And so I've got a few figures in a moment that'll show you some of the details with respect to that. In addition, what it's also seeking is to permit a height of 8 meters. 8 meters of height is the maximum permitted height that's allowed in the SRI 1 zone. But in cases where you have dwellings that are too close to the shoreline, they're not permitted to be increased in height, only a 1 meter expansion in height. So this would allow up to 8 meters in height as well. Here's an image of the proposed, an image of the island right now. There's a few pictures that we've got here of the island as it exists right now with the development on it. Show you the one. This is a picture, and it's a little bit skewed. I apologize because of the formatting of the PowerPoint. But this is a picture looking at the dwelling, and effectively there'd be a second story added to that. No vegetation removal is required as a result of the proposed expansion. This was an image that was provided with the first submission that proposed the 100% expansion, where they've added the second story to the dwelling to get an idea about what the visual effect of that would be. So with respect to that, there's a few other items that I'd just like to point out in terms of our review of the application, what we considered. So effectively what was originally applied for was a building. The second story expansion would permit a floor area of about 1,720 square feet. And with going down to the smaller size, it reduces that square footage. And what it does is reduce the square footage to about a 1,500 square foot dwelling, and that's on the 2 stories. The other major concern that we had from council was with respect to the septic system and its functioning, and was the septic able to accommodate the proposed development. We have reviewed the septic system permit application and the approval for that. The previous approval was by the MOECC. What it permitted was a 2-bedroom cottage with up to 20 fixtures and a total area of 2,150 square feet of living space, and that there was a Class 4 filter bed installed in 1983 for that development. So the proposed addition would be able to be accommodated based on the current septic system. What we are proposing in the bylaw is that we are recommending approval, staff is recommending approval, but we're recommending that a holding symbol be placed on the property. One of the questions with respect to the septic system was whether or not it's functioning appropriately. If we were to grant complete approval for the application, so a standard zoning bylaw amendment, they'd be permitted to apply for the permit, and based on the septic system information that's on file, a permit would have to be issued. By placing a holding symbol on the property, the condition for removal of the hold would be that they would have to expose the septic system, and we'd have to determine whether to the satisfaction of the building department, would have to be satisfied that the septic system is functioning appropriately. So that's the purpose for the removal of the hold. One of the concerns with the applicant was that if they went out there now or prior to approval of a zoning bylaw amendment and undertook to replace the septic system, but then weren't given approval for the zoning bylaw amendment, they had concerns with respect to that. So what this, should approval be granted for the additional floor space in the cottage, then the applicant, prior to seeking a building permit or prior to being issued a building permit, would have to expose that system and expose the pipes. And if there's any questions related to how that would be undertaken, the CBO is here, he can help answer those questions. But we've included that requirement as one of the requirements for removal of the holding symbol in the application. And as you're aware, the process for removal of a holding symbol, it's not an appealable process, but removal of the holding symbol, a bylaw does have to come back to council. So they would make an application for removal of the holding symbol. They'd have to demonstrate that the requirements of the holding symbol have been met, which in this case indicates the pipe shall be exposed to determine if the septic system is functioning in its intended manner, and if that's completed and it is functioning in its intended manner, then the holding symbol could be removed for the site. So that's the process that we've outlined. Staff's review has looked again with respect to the size of the addition and the fact that no vegetation is proposed to be removed, that we don't see a significant visual impact associated with the modification or with the amendment. And in addition, the overall size of the cottage is a fairly modest sized cottage, both existing and with the proposed addition added as well. So that completes a summary of the staff report that's been prepared. So if there's any questions that council has, I can do my best to try to answer those for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The staff recommendation is for approval of the bylaw. And again, the bylaw, as you'll note from the from the staff report, does include a holding symbol with respect to that.
Thank you very much. Council, over to you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you. Mayor Fitzgerald. Mike, thank you for the reminder. So just to clarify again, I know we brought some of this information out, but I wanted to go over it again. So it's about 1/3 of an acre, is that correct?
Yeah, the property size is 1,420 square meters.
Thank you. I like imperial. And there is some modification here from 100% increase to 75%, but it increase in terms of square footage, even if the footprint is the same. So I guess one of my questions is, the indication in this report is that there's effectively, sounds to me like there's 2 bedrooms on the main floor of the existing structure, and we're moving 2 bedrooms upstairs, and I get that, except that the upstairs square footage is significant. It's 640 square feet, which is pretty big for 2 bedrooms. So, in other words, it's more like a small cabin, or not a small cabin, but a rather large cabin in 2 parts. So, I think about intensification. Can you comment to me, Jamie, please, about that? The intensification and the fact that it's 2 bedrooms? That's my first question. Thanks.
Through your worship, I don't think I'd characterize it as intensification. They're proposing, there's 2 bedrooms proposed or existing. They're adding 2 bedrooms. Does that offer the opportunity, additional space for additional people to be there, yes, potentially. It's conceivable that if you have a larger cottage, there might be more visitors to that cottage. We did have a look at the septic system requirements, and it does permit a 2-bedroom cottage of up to over 2,100 square feet. This would be a 2-bedroom cottage of, I think we said, 1,500 square feet. So it falls within that parameters of what the septic approval is. One of staff's, in reviewing the application, what staff did indicate was that it would not, that a holding symbol should be applied again for the septic system to make sure it's functioning appropriately before any expansions are considered. I guess the concern would be that if there's no mechanism in place today for the replacement or to require that septic system to be appropriate.
If I may, just one interruption before we get back. My recollection, and I could be wrong, but was when they made the original application back in, I think it was October, was that they were wanting to build bedrooms upstairs, but they were removing the bedrooms on the main floor. Is that still in the plans that are in front of you?
Yes, that is what was identified, and that's where I said it's a 2-bedroom cottage now, and it's going to be a 2-bedroom cottage going forward. But yeah, the idea was that they're pretty, my understanding is they're pretty cramped right now in terms of bedrooms and living space on the main level. It's a small cottage, that this would provide them the ability, it's effectively 800 square feet or just more than that on the main level right now, and this would provide them with some additional amenity space or communal space on the main level.
I'm currently in a cottage just under 800 square feet, so I can appreciate wanting a little more breathing room. Sorry, Councilor Cooper, back to you.
Well, thank you, and I understood it was still going to be 2 bedrooms. Part of my comment was they were very large bedrooms. You'd find very few bedrooms in a cottage 3 times this size that are 300 plus square feet. Anyway, moving on, I think we also brought out in the last review of this that this is in 12 Mile Bay, certainly well down the bay. There's a certain amount of flushing, I guess, at the mouth of 12 Mile Bay, but I think the further down in the bay you go, that there's a higher degree of water not moving as much as you might find elsewhere on Georgian Bay. The septic system was built in 1983, it points out here, so it's 36 years old. What type of inspection will be conducted? In other words, is it one of our typical sort of very quick drive-by inspections where there's a smell test? Or are we going to do a really, really comprehensive examination of a bed that's pretty old?
I'll start by just reading you what the holding symbol provision says, because we wanted to make sure it provided the details about what needed to be done. So the proposed bylaw is to be passed, and it's identified in column 6. Sorry, I just kind of grabbed a drink of water here. It identifies, says the requirement for removal of the holding provision shall be the completion of an inspection of the septic system, at which time the pipes shall be exposed. So they actually have to expose the pipes so the building department can look at the pipes and make sure they're functioning as they're intended. So it's been explained to me, and Dave can elaborate, but the stone has to be removed from the top so that they can see that it is functioning appropriately. So it says, at which time the pipe shall be exposed to determine if the septic system is functioning in its intended manner. The holding symbol will only be considered for removal if the septic system is functioning in its intended manner. So if it isn't, then they've got to make it so that it functions in that manner. Before the holding symbol removes, it would be removed, and then a building permit could be issued.
So, Dave, I wondered if you could just go through the degree of inspection. I've heard some of this here, and so I'm assuming the header would be exposed, and the pipes, you're talking about the distribution pipes, somebody would dig up part of it or something to see what sort of activity or what sort of flow is going through the distribution pipes. I'm just trying to understand what this inspection is. Thank you.
So when we go out and do our inspection, we will have the pipes exposed. If we see any root mass, then they'll have to be relayed. We'll be checking the filter sand for any biomat underneath. We'll be checking the tank to make sure that the baffle's in place. And if we find that there is no root mass in the pipes, or no biomat underneath, and they do have the 30 inches of filter sand, then they'll be permitted to use it. If we find anything else, they'll have to relay it with a brand new bed. If the filter sand's contaminated, it will be dug out. New filter sand will be put in its place.
Councillor Hazelton.
Just continuing down that path, if I could, I've heard that the system is sized to accommodate the current requirements. Is that sizing based on the requirements when it was installed, or are those based on the requirements of today?
The Ministry of Environment issued the 2-bedroom septic system for that, and I believe that it is for today's septic system. It's an approved system.
I understand that, but what I'm getting at is I know factually that systems that were installed in the late 80s could not be used today if you were trying to install a new system like that. So for example, an 800-gallon tank seems to be undersized, and the length of the tile beds are undersized according to the current code, whereas the code back in the 80s was quite different. I'm just wondering, what I'd like to understand is the size of the bed and the size of the tank complying with the code requirements of today, not the MOE code, but the building code as of today?
So what you're referring to is the old absorption trenches that were installed, and you're absolutely correct. An old absorption trench with an 800-gallon tank and 200 lineal feet of pipe would not comply with a 3-bedroom septic system for today. This property, I believe there's an 800-gallon tank and a 15-meter square bed. That would work for the 2 bedrooms. Until I get out there and actually look at it, that's the whole purpose of the holding symbol. If he does get approval, it will be exposed. He will not be permitted to do anything more than 2-bedroom septic system on that property, total.
Okay, so thank you for that. That's, first of all, what I expected is what you said, so that's wonderful. Appreciate that. The comment that Councillor Cooper made, I think, is something we probably don't want to ignore here. Bedroom sizes of 300, 350 square feet are massive for cottages. I was just coming down from the cottage this morning and talking to one of my neighbors. He's got an enormous cottage, which I think he has 4 bedrooms, and he was just telling me he had 14 guests over the weekend. I'm thinking that somebody with 2 bedrooms and 350 square feet per bedroom is likely going to have a whole lot more density of use than before. And in this tiny island, in this 3/4 of the way into the end of 12 Mile Bay, on a bay that the District of Muskoka is already telling us is a sensitive water body, I'm concerned that the density of use of this property is going to shift dramatically, and the septic system is going to be routinely overloaded. Anyways, those concerns. Thank you.
So when they submit the building permit plan, there will be 2 bedrooms on the property. When we do occupancy inspection, we do look at that, and we can't dictate what the future use is going to be. If it meets the building code and planning signs off, I have to issue the permit.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Rienko.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to make a comment to that exactly. I don't think it's our job to sit up here and tell a person how big they make their bedrooms. I personally have a fairly large bedroom and live alone, so I think that's not in our preview as councillors up here. The second thing I'd like to say is that I really would like to apologize to our CBO for the comment made about the septic inspection program that we have in place right now being a drive-by smell test. I think that is extremely insulting. That is not what our program is, and I do apologize that anyone would even say that up on this council. I'm quite sure you do a good job of what you do, and it's appreciated, and I'm sure with this you're going to do even more that is required. Thank you.
Councillor Rienko.
Dave, to your comments. Would common sense, if you're going to dig up the pipes and expose the pipe, wouldn't common sense say for a couple $100 just replace the pipes? Or is that as much more complicated than I think it is? 'Cause I think the pipes themselves are not that expensive, but if you're gonna expose them, why wouldn't you just put new pipes in and for the amount of money involved?
Well, that'll all depend on how they remove the stone. When we get there, we need to have the stone exposed. If the stone's contaminated, they will be putting new stone, and it can't be contaminated, it's gotta be clear stone. So again, that all depends on the care that they take. If they can get the pipes off and we can check the grades and we can look at them and see that there's no biomatter or no roots inside there, and we'll probably dig some test holes around in the filter sand, that'll determine at that time how far we need to go, and there needs to be the proper amount of filter sand and the stone and everything else. But we won't know until we get it exposed.
Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you for all the information. I'm going to do all the same thing to a certain extent. I'm just looking at the contour lines for the island, and I'll go back to looking at a picture we had that might be in the file that's available that showed the island in the wintertime, just showing how small it is. And I'm really curious because I'm looking at the contour lines, and this could apply to a number of things, but you get the 177.4 contour, and then the 170, is it a 176.3? Which is where the septic system is located at the cottage for that matter, which is good, but I'm looking at our current water level forecast at 177.5. I'm very concerned that we're gonna have water lapping another septic bed, which we already have in this area occurring. I don't think there's anything that we can do specifically, but I'm just wondering if this is a consideration when we're looking at these things. Maybe suggesting that I recommend that we should be considering what current water levels are doing, plus the consideration for forecasted water levels. With an island this size, I'm very concerned about expanding anything on an island this size to begin with. And in light of current and forecasted water levels, I'm even more concerned with, again, expanding anything on an island this size. It's a comment, it's not a question.
Any other councilors wish to speak to this matter? Then I will read the motion. Make sure I have the right motion here. Be it resolved that council adopt bylaw 2018-125, being zoning bylaw amendment Z 18-22 for 2 Island 4630, Island 402.5, 12 Mile Bay. All those in favor? I count 2. All those against? I count 4. Motion is defeated. Next in front of us is Development Service Report 2019-80 for the Marina Townhouses Site Plan Agreement, or Oak Bay. To the Planning Department.
Thank you, Worship. This is a site plan agreement application that was submitted, and it deals with a portion of the Oak Bay development. Council previously passed a zoning bylaw amendment that applied to 3 different areas of the Oak Bay site. It applied to the Marina Townhouses, which are specifically the subject of this site plan application. It also applied to, there was also bylaws that applied to 2 other areas, being the marina itself, and then also the Summerside towns. Those areas aren't subject to this proposed site plan application. As you're likely aware, those applications have been appealed to the Ontario to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal. Sorry, I'm caught up in the old language there. The new old, I guess, no. So what's proposed here is a site plan agreement application again. Should council decide to approve the application, it would not take effect until a decision has been made with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment applications by the LPAT until that application was disposed of. The reason being is site plan applications cannot come into effect that don't comply with the zoning bylaw. So should council decide to approve the application today, it would not be effective until there's a decision made on those applications. With respect to this site, as you will recall, the site was the former location of 48 villa units. What was proposed through the rezoning for this site was for 52 townhouse dwelling units to be provided. There's a number of schedules that are included and as part of the site plan agreement. As you recall, comments were provided through the zoning bylaw process that dealt with a number of items. Some of the items that were most applicable for the municipality's consideration included signage and warning clauses related to parking and related to snow storage. Those have been included in the agreement. There's also been, as you recall, there's a master stormwater management plan for the entire site. And then as the individual blocks or areas of development are proposed to be developed, there's specific stormwater management plans completed for each of those. The applicants have submitted a more detailed stormwater management plan for this area. That's been reviewed by the municipality's consultants, and it's also been reviewed by the district. I know there's been previous comments related to the second entrance to the site. There's no changes with respect to the existing requirements for the second access point to the site as a result of this development. The trigger for that second access relates to the Summerside townhouse development, and that's not subject to this consideration. Just like to make it clear for council as well that this area is also proposed to be developed via condominium, so there will be a condominium approval required for that. That application, I believe, has not been made yet. That's an application that the district of Muskoka has the approval authority over that application. The township would be commenting on it. So the recommendation of staff is that the site plan application be approved by council. The requirements have been met by the proponent. But again, I'd just like to make it clear that nothing will come into effect until such time that the zoning bylaw amendment applications are disposed of in whatever manner the LPAT determines is appropriate. So with that, I think that provides an overview of the proposal and the site plan agreement. A copy of the agreement was attached and included in your council package, as well as the various schedules that are included in the agreement. So, I know the proponents are here as well, so if there's any questions, I can do my best to answer those. Some of them, I know we typically don't, it's not their chance to speak, but if there's any information they can add, I'm sure they'd be willing to help out with that, help council better understand the proposal. So.
Thank you. Councilor Hazelton.
Jamie, maybe you could help me understand something. So this is subject to an LPAT review at the moment, is that correct?
That's correct.
So is it likely that if there was a judgment through LPAT that things will change, that the site plan would have to be revisited and changed?
It's a possibility. It could happen, yeah.
So I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering why we are addressing this now when there is a risk of change from a future LPAT decision, in which case all the things that we think about and talk about and discuss today may be moot.
I wish you'd asked that question of Mr. Robinson, because I don't have an answer.
I heard the question, so I could possibly respond as best as I could. So there is a possibility that should the LPAT determine that either changes to the zoning bylaw amendments are required or that they not be approved, there could be changes in that effect. And if that's the case, then this site plan agreement and this consideration of that site plan agreement would have no effect, and there'd be consideration of a subsequent agreement. However, if the LPAT upholds the decision of council, which the decision of council was to approve the zoning bylaw amendment, then the site plan would have effect, and the applicants could apply for building permits right away and begin with the consideration of, or begin the development process. So the thought process is that we've got a bylaw that's approved by council. We've got a site plan agreement that was submitted and has been reviewed and is in conformity with the planning documents and is consistent with the PPS. We see no reason to hold that document up in the planning process, awaiting a potential decision of the LPAT. So our thought, and part of what the comments were we've heard from residents, is they'd like to see the build out of that community as expeditiously as possible. And so from a staff perspective, we see no reason to delay the consideration of the site plan application. Should that decision of LPAT be not to approve the zoning bylaw amendment, then we'll have to deal with that at the time with the consideration of a new site plan agreement. But based on the approval that council's already provided for the zoning bylaw amendment, we think it's appropriate to move forward this time.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Cooper.
At our last meeting, there were some scathing comments made about this development. I think the mayor made some quite some valid comments on this particular development. And I'm just wondering if any of those comments were taken back and reconsidered and changes made to the site plan. That's questions to you.
I just, through your worship, some clarification about the last meeting at council.
Yeah, there was quite a few comments made about the sizes of the driveways, the snow removal, the width of the roads and so on. And I wonder if any of those considerations were made by the Oak Bay development and changed, did this site plan change at all as a result of those comments? Maybe the mayor can maybe indicate what his comments were again, but were any changes made to the site plan as a result?
So through your worship, there have been some tweaks to the site plan made with respect to snow storage areas. There haven't been, I would say, any substantial changes related to the configuration of units, the number of units, the setbacks from the roadways, those sorts of things. As identified in the initial overview of the application, we heard a lot of concerns throughout the consideration of the zoning bylaw amendments related to snow storage, related to parking, visitors parking, and potential parking on the street. So we have looked at those matters and included aspects to deal with them in the site plan agreement, specifically that specific signage needs to be included with respect to no parking and with respect to snow storage areas, and that requirements that owners of the various units be advised prior to purchasing of the arrangements on the site with respect to parking and with respect to snow storage. Again, it is not a municipal road. It's a site that's a fully private site. Those requirements will be the responsibility of the developer and the responsibility of the future company corporation to take ownership of the site.
So just to follow up, so you're saying that the buildings have been set back further? There's actually public parking now, is there? Or the driveways are longer? Is a physical change has been made to the plan?
Through your worship, no, there have not been. I think I said at the start there's been some tweaks to the plan, but there hasn't been any changes with respect to increased setbacks of dwellings, longer driveways, public parking areas. That has not been provided.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas. Then Councillor Jarvis. Then Councillor Wojcik.
We've got lots today. So I just trying to understand, Jamie, what would motivate us to want to pass this today when there's an LPAT hearing forthcoming? I'm trying to understand what sort of delay you indicate that there would be delay caused if depending on the outcome of the LPAT, but I'm not really understanding what we're holding up at the moment by just not passing this until such time as we hear from LPAT. that would certainly be my preference. Can you explain to me what delay we're causing?
Your Worship, I don't think I said we would be causing a delay. What I indicated is that if the site plan agreement's in effect and if this site plan is approved by council and if LPAT decides to approve the zoning bylaw as council approved it previously, the site plan agreement would take effect immediately and the applicants could come in for building permit. If we don't make a decision on the site plan application today and we wait until there's a decision of LPAT, what would occur is that at that point in time, following the decision, we'd come back to council with a report to council with the site plan agreement at that time. And then should that occur, I don't know what the timing of that would be, but it would definitely be a month or 2 months after there's a decision by LPAT. So it's a matter of having the LPAT decision effectively being the timeline for the availability of building permits to be issued versus some later period in time.
Thank you for that clarification, and I think you sort of, without calling it a delay, that there might be a bit of a delay, but the reality is that we could respond pretty quickly if we had to. We do meet every month, so if we get the LPAT hearing outcome, council could comment and pass something within a very short period of time. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. The roads that are running through for this, the subdivision, part of the subdivision, are these roads that the township is eventually looking to assume? Do we know that?
Your Worship, no, they're condominium roads.
So they are always going to be a private road and maintained? And if I can, because there's quite a bit of information here. For each one of these units, how many vehicles are expected to be able to park in each driveway? Do we have that breakdown?
Your Worship, each unit has a garage, so one interior and one
exterior,
one outside. So it meets the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw, and that was addressed. That was one of the considerations in the zoning bylaw amendment application.
Okay, and for the road parking, is there any road parking, or is this all going to be signage of no parking?
There will be no road parking.
So again, I guess no guests, and how do they snow? Right.
Very close to me.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at all this and apropos of Councillor Cooper's comments with regard specifically to the ongoing appeal to the LPAT. Would our approving of this resolution today imply to the LPAT that we are fully in support of what's going on when I think there's some evidence that we have some sympathies with the appellant with regards to the LPAT. And I'm worried that if we approve the resolution today, it would imply to the LPAT that we're a go on this whole development as opposed to having any reservations on it. We've heard comments consistently, particularly with regards to the width of roads, parking, snow removal, that type of stuff, even though we aren't going to be assuming any of this. It is an issue, I gather, for the development as a whole and those that are concerned about the development. And I don't want anything that we do here to, I think, push things further ahead than they need to be pushed ahead. And I think I agree with Councillor Cooper that maybe we wait and see how the LPAT appeal goes and then take it from there. So again, is it possible that our approval today of this resolution would give guidance to the LPAT with regards to the appeal that's ongoing right now?
Your Worship, if council decides to approve the site plan today, it should have no bearing to the LPAT on the decision they make with respect to the zoning bylaw amendments that are before them. The site plan would not be before LPAT. It would be the zoning bylaw amendments that are before LPAT. So it should provide no bearing on that. I can't speak for what decision they make, but it's not an application that they'll have jurisdiction over at that time.
Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I have a question and a comment. Jamie, you made reference to the fact that you know, you had met with the residents, and I think you said that the residents are in favor of moving this forward. I too have had many meetings with the residents of Oak Bay, and they're certainly happy to see this progressing. It's an ideal situation where we had a trailer park where there was trailers and no septic systems and just a mess over there, and Oak Bay has come in and put in sewers and water and done everything that everybody likes to see. So it is a very positive development. My concerns were similar to that of Councillor Cooper, that are we putting the horse in front of the cart here? But with your explanations, I see the reasoning for doing this. I've also met with many residents outside the Oak Bay development that are adjacent to the lands or neighbors to the lands. Their concerns seem to be quite different than those of the residents that are living in the Oak Bay development. So there is a bit of a balancing act here that's going to happen. I think through the LPAS decision, we're going to find out exactly what is expected of the developer. But I see this as being a positive movement in the development, and I would support this moving forward just because of what it has been able to do in the past in cleaning things up and making things in a more positive frame for our township. So I'm looking at supporting this application.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, I think we all want this project to move forward, but there is a potential concern today that if this vote is called, the recommendation might be turned down. In other words, site plan agreement would be turned down. How significant is that? And should we really be looking for a deferral just to be on the safe side? What happens if the site plan or this recommendation is turned down? What's the outcome?
Your Worship, if it's turned down, the appeal rights rest with the applicants, so the applicants could appeal the decision of council to deny the site plan application. If it's a deferral, and there are specific reasons given for the deferral on what needed to change or what needed to be looked at, then that could be a consideration. But that's really all I have to offer in terms of the process and what might occur.
I would suggest a deferral because I think there's going to be at least 3, if not maybe 4 votes not supporting this today, and I would hate to see this whole thing go into the dumpster because of a concern that we could wait and then spend an extra month and get it approved then. So, you know, we're really walking a tightrope right now. So do we really want to call the vote yes or no, or do we want a deferral? I'll leave it with the mayor.
I'm not quite ready to call the vote.
No, I'll leave it with you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I think the community, from what I understand from the conversations I've had, would really like to see this go forward. I would be in support with one. There's one thing that I would like to know. There is a big concern around parking and visitors parking. And I just wonder what the developers have in mind, or if they have any plans to have a separate parking area for visitors, period. Because I think what's happening is the overflow from one part of the subdivision is going into other people's areas to park, and I think that's creating quite a problem. So that's a fairly big concern that I've heard from the residents, and I just wonder, is there any plan at all, being that there's no road parking allotted on that, if I may ask that question? Because I think that's a very big issue over there, or one of the issues.
Before I allow you to speak, I don't know if anybody else wants that. Councillor Cooper, and I want us all to make a quick comment, and then you can respond to us. I'll give you a few minutes for that.
Just to be brief, I happen to concur. I do support Oak Bay generally, but I think a deferral, as Councillor Wanko is suggesting, makes some very good sense. We do have something hanging over our heads in the LPAT, and I'm failing to see that there's really going to be a lot of impact by a deferral. So I would support a deferral until such time as we know that outcome. And the only other final thing I would say is I'd like to see a recorded vote on this. Thank you.
I'm going to add my own comments for a couple of minutes. I've also spoken to a number of Oak Bay residents. clearly a minority, not the majority, I will admit that readily, but I get mixed reviews. And when I look at this site plan, my biggest concern is when I look at what appears to be the length of the driveways, I think at least half the driveways could not accommodate a pickup truck. And if you look at the roads, there's a heck of a lot of pickup trucks out there, and I'm very concerned that you're gonna have huge overflow parking because many people are gonna have these units and they're gonna have visitors. And if they can't, if the people who own the units have 2 cars, they're already got the driveway filled or bumper hanging out over the road, and then where are their visitors gonna go? And I think there's about half a dozen or 8 parking spots for 32 units. That's a huge concern, and I've heard that from quite a few of the current residents. And I'm just gonna add, if I may, as a little editorial on the side, I think you have to work a little bit on your PR with your residents, because some of them don't have as high opinion of you as you might wish. That's not just related to this, that's overall. So it adds up. And I'm going to add one extra to that, is that we as a council are relying on your potential buyers to very carefully read their condo agreement. So we're putting all the onus on the buyer and their lawyers to read those small paragraphs that said, if you wish to park, have your hiking shoes on. And I feel somewhat handcuffed by that and a little frustrated, and I think it behooves you to try to address potential owners' concerns as best as possible. And with that, I'll give you the floor for a few minutes, because you've heard quite a few questions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Gerard Borean. I'm the lawyer for the project. Sitting with me is Celeste Phillips. She's our land use planner. With respect to the questions with respect to the site, I'm going to defer to Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make. There is visitor parking on the site, the plan that we're talking about today. So it's not as if there's just the driveway parking and the garage parking. There is actually designated visitor parking sites on the site plan. So there certainly is that.
Excuse me, how many, please?
I can't probably read it from this plan, but I think there's 3 or 4 separate areas. In addition to that, arrangements are being made between the condo corporation for the marina townhouses and the marina, so that the snow will be removed from the marina townhouse area and taken to the actual marina area, which won't be used in the winter time. So there's a snow storage area set aside on the marina site itself. One other thing I want to mention, I know there has been concerns in the past about the width of the roadways, and there was a lot of discussion about these being condominium roadways and how these roads would function, not only because of snow storage, but because of concerns about parking. So the roads will be signed with no parking. But in addition to that, Oak Bay has offered, and your your fire chief is thrilled about this, these buildings will all be sprinklered, which is a first, I think, for Georgian Bay Township. So that resolves all of the concerns that the fire chief had with respect to access to the property in an emergency situation. And he's very pleased that Oak Bay has agreed to sprinkler all these buildings. I guess the other point that was raised as well by some of the councillors is there is certainly a desire for this community to be built out. A number of residents have expressed concerns at meetings that I've been at that they want the community finished and they want the amenities that go with the community to be completed. And in that vein, I would say that there are a number of purchasers waiting for these 52 townhouses to be built. And those purchasers have been postponed once already because of the zoning appeal. I think that if the site plan approval is not forthcoming, I'm afraid that those purchasers will walk, and once again, Oak Bay will have to restart its sale program for these 52 townhouses. So there is some urgency on the marketing perspective, but also We have council's approval of the zoning. The logical next step is to proceed with the site plan, and Oak Bay takes the risk that if the LPAT hearing results in a different outcome, then, and the plan has to be revised, then that is the risk that Oak Bay would like to take, because they really want to move forward and get this project finished.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship, I'm also part of the ownership group, so I want to make clear that that disclosure is there to this council. We took over the project in 2017, and Your Worship, I'll use the words I take issue with respect to this ownership group has tried everything possible to ensure that there's been communication with the present owners of the project, of the development. We're open to any consultation with anybody that wants to speak to us. We're visible at the golf course fairly regularly. We can be reached through my office or through the Oak Bay office at any time. Having said that, I'm disappointed that you're hearing what you're hearing, but I thank you for letting us know. I can tell you that we've heard, from when I'm there, I'm hearing positives all the time. With respect to the small paragraphs, as you want to indicate in our disclosure, I don't think that's factual. Our disclosure package is pretty significant. It goes through everything. I can assure you that the people that I deal with that come and ask questions, because they have 10 days to rescind their offers. So I hear from lawyers with respect to concerns. We go through them, and we have successfully sold 35 of the 52 units, notwithstanding the appeal. Those are subject to falling off the board if we don't have site plan approval. That's part of our condition, is site plan approval. It will fall off if it doesn't happen today. We will have to advise them that all 35 deals will be terminated, and we'll be back to starting over again. So that's the concern that's being put forth in terms of why we want to go forward. We want to show that we're moving forward, that we have the support of council as we had through the zoning process. Yes, we're at LPAT. We hope to deal with that successfully. And part of what we're doing is dealing with the site plan, and that we required that approved. And we believe that we've addressed all concerns that were raised. And with respect to the driveway size, Your Worship, it is a legal size with respect to your bylaw. We've met all the requirements of parking through your existing bylaw. We're not seeking any amendments to that part of the bylaw, as you're aware. And so the site plan is encompassing the zoning bylaw, and we have not sought, and I believe Ms. Robson will confirm, any variances to the parking process. So I respectfully ask that you approve the site plan.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko, Councillor Douglas.
I just want to be clear, there's three potential outcomes today. We can approve it, which means you can go forward. We could defer it, which will cost you maybe a month extra at the very end after the LPAT. You'll have an extra month probably before you get approval. Or there's a realistic possibility that this might get turned down, which means you go to the OMB and you're away at least another year behind. So I don't know what option you want to pick, but a reasonable person may want to go for a deferral, because that at least gives you a more positive outcome at the very end. But if this gets turned down, you're going to the OMB, and you're going to be another year or two before you even get approval. So I don't know how much you really want to push us today for a yes or no vote, because it may not go your way. So.
Councillor Wienko, may I remind you, council will be making the decision, not the applicant.
I'm telling you what the options are going to be, and what happens with each of the options.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for your expansion a little bit on the parking sites, but I want to get back to that. You said there are parking sites available for guest parking.
Your Worship, there's 13 visitor parking spaces proposed.
And how many units are there?
52 units.
I'm not so sure that, in my opinion, 13 is adequate for 52 units. And I think this is one of the biggest issues that I continue to hear. Although I think it's a great thing that you've put some in there, I just don't know that, in my opinion, that that's enough. Is there a particular ratio that goes with this that is mandated? Or
Your worship, the bylaw has no requirements for visitor parking spaces in this instance, so these are 13 spaces over and above what the bylaw requires. So it's an exceedance of the bylaw requirement by 13 spaces.
Yet it's the biggest problem over there.
Yeah.
I would personally be in support of a deferral myself.
Councillor Hazelton, Councillor Wojcik.
One of my concerns with this actually relates to the parking and the comments that have been made so far. And I guess what I'm most concerned about is, it's one thing to say we're complying with the code or the bylaws that are there or the requirements that are there, but when we hear already in the other parts of the Oak Bay development that there are concerns with parking and snow removal and so on, and lack of parking, for example, and I hear from the applicant that it's okay, we're meeting code, and then we hear we have 14 parking spaces for 52 units. I think that what I'm most concerned about is the public feedback that the mayor shared with us is probably the most important, which is it ain't working, it's not going to work, and even though you may think you're complying with the code, I think you're getting a feeling from council that it ain't going to work, so maybe you should be thinking about doing something different. And I'm not convinced from what I'm seeing here that you have something that's going to work. And I'm also concerned that we are going down a path of trying to approve something when a 30-day window is not a big window after a final LPAT decision to move forward. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
I've done a fairly extensive review of what's happening here, and I do have some questions with parking as well too. The amenities that are going to be constructed at the time of the marina development, I believe there's a clubhouse facility with a workout gym, a meeting place, community center type of thing within there. And my understanding that there's fairly extensive parking at that facility, if I've read through things correctly. And not only that, but there is within the marina stack and store area, I read that there's places for parking of boat trailers and things like that. So I'm not sure that you've addressed the visitor parking to its fullest extent, but I think there is parking on the grounds that will facilitate parking at all times, similar to what's in the clubhouse parking over at the golf course, where it's used as an overflow. If you have a big gathering or something, there's hundreds, at least 100 parking spots at the clubhouse that could be parked at. So I'm going to have to support a deferral if that's the way things are going, because I would hate to see this defeated, because I don't think we have all the information, or we're not understanding all the information that's been presented to us. And I would hate to see this thing turned down, because this is a real positive step for this community, and to quash it would be a shame. So, I will reiterate that I'm in support of this, and I would vote in favor of it. But if it's the decision of council to move towards a deferral, I would support a deferral rather than defeating the motion.
Mr. Robinson, can I ask you a question to be part of your response, and that is, with the LPAT review, what would be your best guess as to when that outcome might be known?
Your worship, I don't really have a timeline. It depends what happens with, we don't even have a case management conference set yet, and we don't have a potential hearing date set yet. So I really don't know what we'd be looking at. 6 months?
So, but we're talking months, we're not talking weeks.
Well, it depends too, whether the appeal in the initial appeal is upheld or not. There's a number of ongoing items with respect to this procedure. So, just one point of clarification I wanted to provide, I guess 2 points of clarification. One just related to visitors parking, just so council's aware of the bylaw. Now, this is the bylaw of the municipality that we use for parking requirements, is that for townhouse dwellings, the minimum required number of parking spaces is 2, and 2 per unit. And that's provided, one, in this case, 1 in the unit, or 1 in the garage parking, and 1 exterior parking. I'll give you another sort of comparable for an apartment unit in the municipality. The parking requirement's 1.5 spaces, and then it requires 0.25 spaces, or a quarter of a space per unit for visitor parking. That's a section in our bylaw that requires visitor parking. If you were to apply that visitor standard of 0.2 spaces per unit to this site, it would, for 52 units, it would equate to 13 parking spaces being required, which is what's being provided here. So the only standard that we have anywhere in the zoning bylaw for visitors parking relates to apartments. And if you were to apply that here, which it's not applicable, but if you were to apply it, it would comply with those standards. So I just wanted to make sure council understands the bylaw and how it works with respect to that. I've got another question or comment related to if council is looking to go the deferral route. We need to specifically understand as staff what the deferral is being sought so that we can address those issues. I've heard comments related to parking. I've provided you feedback today related to parking, and that it does meet the zoning bylaw requirements. So that would be direction to the applicant to change their design.
I would have one more question with regards to parking, the length of the driveways. Because if I don't have my little measuring stick out here, and some driveways are clearly adequate, but when I look at the visitor parking 1, 2, and 3, and I look at the length of that parking, and I compare it to the driveways that I see on a number of the units, it would appear to me, and I don't know, I'm just telling you a rough appearance, the number of those driveways are not long enough to accommodate a full-sized vehicle. I'm not talking motorhome, I'm talking a full-size sedan or even a pickup truck. And that would be my one concern I would like to see addressed.
So just to that point, we do have a section in the zoning bylaw that establishes the size of parking spaces. And we have a section, and that section in the zoning bylaw indicates that a parking space is to have a length of 6 meters and a width of not less than 2.7 meters, and each of these spaces do meet the requirement for the bylaw. So although a large truck or a pickup truck might exceed that, that is the requirement that's in the bylaw right now.
But what about the driveways then? How many driveways are under 6 meters would be my next question. If you have the answer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship.
The parking spaces they all meet that 6 meter requirement for the driveway.
And I think, though, Your Worship, I know where you're getting confused, and I could see it from looking at it. There's an overhang on our building that you may be looking at, seeing the driveway shorter than it actually is on whatever drawing you're looking at, but it is 6 meters, each one of them. None of them are short.
You're giving me your personal guarantee that each driveway is at least 6 meters long?
Yes, that's part of the site plan requirement, 100%.
Your Worship, it is dimensioned on the site plan, and we do have dimensions that identify each driveway as being 6 meters in length. Otherwise, it wouldn't qualify for a parking space, and it wouldn't meet the zoning bylaw requirement. We'd be seeking an amendment to that requirement. So the zoning bylaw requires that each parking space be 6 meters in length.
Councillor Wienko and Hazelton, we have any idea how long your vehicles are?
No.
So you would fill it completely?
A trailer hitch would poke out over the side.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
So I guess my question is, because we all seem to be concerned about the same situation here, and that is number of parkings, length of parkings, and so on, being that nowadays our demographic, basically so many people drive huge vehicles, trucks and so on. Are our zoning bylaws in this regard adequate, or should we be looking at the zoning bylaw again? Now this may be not pertain to what we're doing here, but are we a little bit short or shy of where we should be, and should that all be being looked at again? I just, no.
I believe I've already made that request to the planning department.
Okay, yeah, That would be my take on it.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just my experience in other municipalities, the length of that parking spot is probably longer than anywhere else. For example, in Vaughan on a condominium project, the standard parking is 1.25 spaces. Where here you're really, on this site it's 2, but we're providing 2.25. So close to 100% more than what it would be in a city situation. And I appreciate that this is not a city situation. But having said that, there's been that attempt. In terms of the length of the driveway, Your Worship, in Vaughan, you're going somewhere between Vaughan and Toronto, somewhere along 5.7. Some as low as 5.5.
But there, in many cases, there's enough parking on the street, and if you go into a lot of the new suburbs, you see more cars on the street than you see in driveways or garages, and here is a little more of a challenge, and we don't have the public transit. But with that, Councillor Hazelton, Councillor Bocek.
Public feedback on current problems, I think, is really important to understand. We've already shared them with the current situation. I get really concerned when somebody compares cottage country development with Vaughan or the City of Toronto or whatever. People get in their trucks, their SUVs, loaded up with all the stuff for the weekend and come to their cottage, their woodland marina townhouse with all of their stuff for the weekend. That's not something they fit in a small compact car. And a small compact car is what you park in your driveway in Vaughan. And I think you'll find that the experiences up here are quite different. And so my biggest concern is that we already have known concerns with the existing development with parking and other things. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to drive down the road and almost any weekend and see that you've got overflow parking problems. And to approve this site plan with the current layout, yeah, maybe you're meeting the code and maybe the code needs to be changed, but I think what you're hearing is that it probably isn't going to work, and that if you want a resounding yes from council supporting your site plan, you probably need to make some changes. Anyways, that's my opinion. Thanks.
Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I'm not in concurrence with Councillor Hazelton on this. The township, including council, wrote the bylaws. This corporation is complying to those bylaws. They've met our bylaws, and if we turn it down based on a want for more, it's going to get defeated in court in an OMB or an LPAT, and it's going to be a huge expense to our taxpayers for something we know that will be defeated. We have a bylaw in place. They've conformed to the bylaw, and it's really not an issue that we're going to be able to defend moving forward. So I am not in agreement with council on this. Yes, I would love to see more parking. Yes, I'd like to see bigger driveways. But they're complying with our bylaws that we wrote. So to defend it in any other case and thinking you're going to win is not going to happen. We've been through this road, well, in my 5 years here, we've been down this road probably 6 times, 7 times, and lost every single time at the expense of our ratepayers. So when people, as Councillor Cooper says, if it can comply, then it should comply. Well, this can comply and it does comply, so I don't see why we're looking to not move this forward. I don't understand the rationale here. And I am going to continue to support this, and if it is the will of the council to move to a deferral, then fine. Like I said, I will, but I'm looking to support this application. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper. Sir, I'll give you time.
So, in the interest of maybe moving forward, I would like to propose a deferral, and I would like to see a recorded vote. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the concerns on parking, what I think that I hope that you understand is that when a developer goes to purchase a property like we did in 2017, we looked at all the bylaws, we looked at the OP, We made our decisions based upon what the law was, what this township required. With respect to this specific project, I can assure you that we looked at it carefully. We wanted to ensure that there was more than bylaw requirement parking, so we exceeded it with the visitor parking. It may not be something that you are satisfied with in terms of what you envision. However, we also want to ensure that our buyers have appropriate parking. We've exceeded it. The disclosure is clear as to what's provided. There is no misunderstanding to any buyer as to what's going on. And respectfully, there's nothing more that we can do on this project with respect to the parking issue. We've addressed it. There's parking available next door with respect to the marina and where we're going with that. But in terms of if this was a single project on its own with no other parking, respectfully, we exceed all the parking requirements. I understand that there may be your will to defer it. I've taken down notes in terms of length of your driveways. I indicated to you that we meet the requirements that are there. With respect to the widths of the road, that has gone through extensive discussion with the city, town, and the county, and it's being accepted. Your staff report indicates that. And I believe I think I've addressed the issues that have been brought up with respect to same. With respect to consultation with existing owners, I've indicated to you that we're open to it and really call for it. We want to be a good developer in your community, and we've done what we can. You've seen at the golf course, a pool has gone in. We hope to have that open, but we have designers that hold us up on that. But we are trying to move forward with all the amenities, and the marina will have the amenities that have been referenced already today by the local councillor. And I respectfully would ask that you approve the site plan, and the fallback position for this council is that if LPAT decides that the bylaw approved is not appropriate, then as indicated by Mr. Robinson, then this will not have any effect. But it does have an effect on our prospective purchasers.
Thank you, and I do appreciate your comment earlier, your confirmation that all the driveways are 6 meters, because that was not clear to me, and that's important in the sense that it should be able to accommodate 2 vehicles per townhouse by the door, shall we say, one inside, one outside. And I do understand that we do have bylaws in place that I believe are 13 years old now or something or more when they were originally passed with regards to condo. And they may need updating, but that's not your responsibility. Councillor Wienko.
I'm just hearing from the proponent that they're not in support of a deferral, right? So you want us to make a yes or no today? Is that, or, like, if you want to make a yes or no today, I'm more willing to do that. If you want to entertain a deferral, I think it's your choice.
Respectfully, we're in your hands, and we thank your council for allowing us to address the concerns. We appreciate that we were not to be allowed to speak to this matter. I hope that we've given you some clarification. A deferral, unfortunately, does not assist. With respect, we have to terminate our deals this month. So whatever you decide, we're in your hands, and I'm not going to in any way pretend to in any way dictate, influence, or otherwise this council. I think we've indicated to you that we've addressed the concerns, which I believe were guest parking, length of your driveways, and widths of the private road, and snow removal. And that snow removal has been addressed. And I think that you've also seen through your site plan report that we have addressed the concerns of the fire marshal with sprinkling the system. That was addressed back in the zoning bylaw because we want to ensure that you knew we were doing it. And that has been agreed to, and we obviously, with respect to that came after we entered into our agreements of purchase and sale. So it's a substantive cost, but we're not passing that cost on.
Thank you.
I'm ready to vote if you want to follow over.
Councillor Jarvis, you want to add a comment?
Yeah, just for lack of the fact that I haven't made a comment so far, I guess. Of course, I'm, like Councillor Bochek and the other councillors here, very much in support of these types of development because it fits in with what we need around here. So I have no objection, generally speaking, with that. My biggest concern here, obviously parking has been a big issue over discussion, but I'm more concerned with stormwater runoff. And I know that mitigation features have been put in place for stormwater runoff, and I presume they meet all requirements of MOECP, or else they wouldn't be in agreement with it as well. But in consideration of what's been going on recently with the results of what people are calling climate change, we all consider to be climate change, there seems to be a significant impact of development on lands that would have at some point absorbed stormwater runoff, and as soon as you start paving ground, we all know what happens to the water. It doesn't end up in the ground, it ends up in the lake. So my concern is you've indicated that you've actually exceeded what the bylaw requirements are for parking. Can you tell me that, for lack of me having read the full report, unfortunately, that the stormwater runoff mitigation features that you've put in place are actually exceed the requirements put out by MOECP, or do they just meet the guidelines put out by MOECP, which I would consider in my own mind now to be almost inadequate, considering what's been going on recently everywhere in the world with climate?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, we have our engineer here today. I'll ask him to introduce himself and answer your question directly.
Could I just provide one comment from staff first, is that stormwater management plans were prepared, they have been provided, they have been reviewed by the municipality's engineering consultant, and they have been reviewed by the District of Muskoka. So I just wanted to make that clear that have been completed from a technical perspective, but I'll let Mr. Van Ryan provide some details about to answer your specific question.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, my name's Bill Van Ryan. We've been working on the development from day one and totally accept the comments with regards to sensitivity of stormwater management. This phase fully complies with township, district, and MECP requirements. We have considered climate change. The design storms are greater than the specified minimum, 25% in excess of that. The stormwater management works are a combination of existing works, which were put in with the last phase of development, and new works for this development, and they consist of a storm scepter on both ends of this phase of the development, on-lot facilities, which are called LID, low impact development, which is in addition to the minimum requirement. So we are fully and completely satisfied that stormwater management is fully controlled, looked after, not an issue.
Thank you.
Councillor Douglas?
Thank you for that information. So you have incorporated LID management in this phase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct.
Which very admirable. That's an amazing system, and I'm glad to see that's happening up here. Thank you.
Council, we've heard some talk about calling the vote yay or nay, and we've also heard some talk about deferral, and I want to just get a sense. I don't want to call yay and nay if I have a majority are going to reject it, because I'd rather defer. I think that most council would rather defer than reject. So, but I don't want to call a yay or nay if I'm going to get too many nays. So that I want just a couple of comments on who would prefer a yay nay vote versus a deferral vote. I mean, it may be a little unfair, but I'd say I'd rather do that now than have something defeated. Right. Councillor Wojcik, sorry, we're not in Cow.
I think we should move ahead with the vote. This is a time-sensitive project. To my feeling, they have complied with all township bylaws or exceeded our bylaws, and I really don't think we gain any advantage by holding this up.
Thank you. Anyone? Councillor Cooper.
Equally, I would suggest, and I think what you're maybe hearing from many of the councillors is that we would like to see this move forward. In the interim, deferral might make some sense. I would support that, and specifically, I think the deferral also is related somewhat to the outcome from LPAT. So that is my comment, and I hope that that's the direction we go versus turning this down.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, Councillor Yanko.
I'm very much in support of this development. I think they have met all the criteria, although I think we need to maybe at the end of this review going forward some of our bylaws. But I do believe that they've done everything that they possibly can to meet the bylaws, to hit the criteria. I have no reason to see what a deferral or anything else would hold this up, so I would be in favor of voting a yes.
Councillor Bianco?
No, I'm in support of the project. I always have been. I just want to make sure that we don't throw the bathtub out with a baby on this one. But no, I'm in support of this particular project, so it looks like you got at least 3 anyway.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote on a yea or nay based.
It'll be recorded vote as per Councilor Cooper.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I get to read it, or will you?
Oh, I
read it?
guess you can read it.
Okay. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2019-79 being a site plan agreement for the Marina Townhouses for the Oak Bay Development, OBD Developments, Inc., following the zoning for the lands coming into effect. All those, will you?
Wait, hold up. Councilor Cooper?
No.
Councilor Douglas?
Yay.
Councilor Hazelton?
No.
Councilor Jarvis?
Yay.
Councilor Wyanko?
Yes.
Councilor Bocek?
Yes.
Mayor Kuzier?
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you for your patience and all your information. That is appreciated. Thank you.
We thank you for allowing us to speak.
Okay. We now have one final item, I believe, before we do the closing ceremonies. New business, Shore Road Allowance Policy.
I'm going to keep this very short and sweet. This is based on the committee of the whole, or sorry, the training that I provided at the last meeting where council passed that the policy be amended, that those properties on Georgian Bay or non-controlled bodies of water, their survey shows that we only sell to the high water mark, so that was included.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko.
Can you explain, like I'm going by the red in your thing here, it talks about high water marks on uncontrolled bodies of water. Are you talking inland lakes when you talk about that? Or
Any non-controlled body of water. So I think Gibson Lake is not controlled,
yeah, 6 Mile is.
so that 6 Mile doesn't count in this new policy.
So what is it, so what's the number on 6 Mile Lake then?
The water's edge.
At any one time? Because it
It's
drops
con-
3
it's
feet.
controlled.
It drops 3 feet in the fall.
So whatever the 20 meters comes out to, it might only be 15 feet depending on the water's line, but the new policy is just for non-controlled bodies of water.
Well, but it has to be high water mark. It has to be high water mark on 6 Mile.
There is no high water mark on 6 Mile if I'm,
Well, there is actually plus or minus 3 inches there is. But the point is, if you did it in the fall, you would be 3 feet down. And so, you can't have 20 feet back from a lake that's 3 feet down. So I'm just want to make sure that we're covered off here, that we are a controlled water body, and there is a level on 6 Mile that's controlled.
therefore it's a controlled body of water.
Pardon?
It's a controlled body of water then. This is for non-controlled.
Oh,
This is
okay.
mainly for Georgian Bay.
Any other comments? Okay. Be it resolved that council adopts the amended Shore Road Allowance Policy. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2019-80 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of July 8th, 2019 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? Carried. Be it resolved the council adjourns at 11:22 a.m. until Monday, August 12th, 2019 at 9 a.m. or the call of the chair. All those in favor? Carried. Should that be? Okay. I'm going to call an 8-minute break and we'll reconvene at 11:30 for... That's fine. Have you met this council?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, see you at 11:30. Sure.
Thank you.
sneeze.
You like water.
That's okay.
No.
You're standing over my shoulder?
Are we going into council for like an hour and then breaking for lunch? What's this?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
8. Look at Brian's already screwed it up. It was so.
Was it me?
You're moving everything.
I learned the lesson from Pat Evans. It doesn't matter if you motion it. It's just to get it on the floor.
Thank you ever so much. Fine
You're
job.
welcome.
Council, I'd like to call the meeting of council to order. And my first question to all of you, of course, is the usual. Any declarations of pecuniary interest on the items that appear on the agenda? Seeing none, my first motion for you, be it resolved that council adopts the consent agenda of July 8, 2019 as circulated. All those in favor?
Addition, I think we should mention.
Oh,
That's the consent agenda that he's asking
Oh.
about, the regular agenda will be next.
Sorry.
okay. So with regards to the consent agenda, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes 7. That's unanimous.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to have one pulled. My hand was up there.
Oh, sorry.
Pulled. Since we have our Director of Operations here, item I, if we could just have an explanation of the report through our Operations Department,
He could explain it right now.
that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Mr. Sokash, over to you.
Through the mayor, I'm not logged in yet. I don't have a clue what
The
issue I is.
The Press Road report, he just wants a summary of it.
Oh, sorry.
On the launch ramp, update on the launch ramp.
Okay, everyone relax. The boat launch.
We're on now. Read. Could you report on the operations report 2019-16 boat launch tender results, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we tendered it. We received 3 responses. The contractor is ready to go. The material is on order. We're just waiting for the final approval from M&R.
Subsequent to that, we did receive some,
Microphone.
and it's turned up now too. We did receive some requests about the launch ramp and docking facilities currently at the 6 Mile Lakes Marina site, and they wanted to meet to go over some of the needs and the requirements for that site for health and safety and that. I'm just wondering if we've scheduled a time to meet with the residents group with concerns before we move ahead with the project in case there's any extra costs.
Through the mayor, if I understood the residents' request, I believe that's a different site than where we're putting in the hard launch. I think that's at the Bollocks. Either way, meeting hasn't been scheduled, but it will be likely today or tomorrow.
We should discuss that because I think we got some, can you put on the agenda, because I have some questions too, so why don't we just put on the agenda?
Yeah, can we have it moved onto the agenda then? Because that's, I think Paul's on the same page as I am on that one.
I'm going to now read a modified resolution, and that is, be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda July 8, 2019 as amended, removing item 3I and add to, that will be added to new business. All those in favor? Now it truly is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, be it resolved the council adopts a regular, microphone, Peter? Be it resolved the council adopts a regular agenda of July 8th, 2019 as amended, adding item 9C, signing authority bylaw 2019-82, A 8D, August meeting dates, and 8E, boat launch tender results. All those in favor? We're going in. Thank you. Next on our agenda is communications from mayor and council. And what was the last month? I think Councilor Wienko, you complained. Oh, well, anyway, we'll start with Councilor Cooper nonetheless. Unless we should start with Councilor Hazelton and start moving out, I'm not sure. Let's try it with Councilor Cooper.
Certainly. So, in the past month, what goodies did we have? Starting after Cow on the 11th of June, I attended an event in Toronto for the Georgian Bay Land Trust following their AGM. And other duties throughout the month, including Committee of Adjustment on the 14th. Interviews regarding CAO on the 14th. What else do we have? A lot of district meetings on the 17th, not just the afternoon, but in the morning as well. Later on in the month, on the 26th, more meetings, and that was related to the CAO role. Planning Committee on the 28th, which was an excellent turnout and good meeting. And what else do I have here? In July, this past Saturday, I attended the annual general meeting of the Cottagers Association. So that's my month. Thank you.
Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you. I as well sit on the Committee of Adjustments, and on the 14th we heard a number of applications, and I think things went very well. I attended the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association AGM along with our head councillor and Mayor Kutzer. Very interesting discussions happened. That AGM is always very informative, and they deal with things specific to the lake. Apparently, after Mayor Kutzer and I left to previous engagements, things got a little heated, and then I was invited to a meeting subsequent to discuss what happened after I left, and they brought me up to speed on everything that happened once we exited. I did attend the Honey Harbor Canada Day celebration, which was fantastic as usual. And meeting, this month was a strange month for me because I had 9 separate meetings on 6 Mile Lake with residents to do with the survey that had been produced and distributed, where I had no other constituent meetings within my ward except for 6 Mile Lake. So it's a hot topic and something that is of great concern to the people on 6 Mile. Thank you.
Councilor Hazelton.
In addition to,
Oh dear.
in addition to attending some of the special council meetings, I had several interactions with residents, some who have property standards concerns, and some others that have some of our lighting concerns, dark sky lighting concerns, some of which have made their way into complaints forwarded, and others have not quite done that. And I also had an opportunity to spend some time at the Canada Day Festival in the Honey Harbor Park Landing and speak with various residents and listen to some of their concerns and so on. So a very effective session. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas.
Thank you. As well, I attended some of the special council meetings that happened this month. This was the first year for the large pickup item that we introduced, the hazardous waste unit. It was very well received, and I think that's something that hopefully we'll go forward and do each year because they were very busy at the Go Home Lake site. I attended the MacTier School graduation for the 5th year now with our Mayor Coutier, which is always great to see the kids graduate and out the door. Attended some problems that we had with some Shore Road questions and so on with our clerk / CAO now. That's hopefully some forward movement on that. I met with the Director of Operations, Fred Yan, and our Brad Sokash, our Director from the Township here, and their management, part of their management team, I guess, from district, just in regards to some issues going on up in the school zone up in MacTier. And hopefully we've got the beginnings of some discussions on how we can make that a better place and a safer place in the future. Maybe not a project to happen immediately, but certainly get it in the works. Aside from that, quite a few meetings with constituents, and that was my month.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Other than special council stuff, library board, which Al and I both attended earlier in the month, and then finally now that most of my constituents are back in place, I'm sure I'll be hearing more from them than I have been. We did attend, Mayor Coutier, Councillor Cooper and myself were in attendance at the Cottage and Cottage Association AGM this past weekend, which went very well, especially because the weather was so pleasant. And got to hear some feedback from them, but it was a very good meeting, all very well received. That was it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko.
Thank you. I was awake most of the period in between the last meeting, but even though I was away on traveling, I was able to still participate in a phone conversation with the SSEA on the executive board concerning future funding for that organization. And that phone call and the executive meeting was followed up on July the 4th with the mayor, and I guess Jane was there, and a few other people concerning SSEA future funding. Beyond that, I did meet with the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association executive on June 30th and got an update on their AGM and future plans for this summer and so on. So.
Thank you. My list starts with the July 11th Georgian Bay Land Trust AGM that Councillor Cooper also attended. Sorry? June 11th, sorry. Thank you. The June 11th GBLT AGM, not only was Councillor Cooper in attendance, so was Bert Liverance from the archipelago to our north and numerous other Bay, I'll call them Bay leaders. It was a very positive, enjoyable meeting and reception afterwards. And like many of my fellow councillors, I attended lots of meetings here and in Bracebridge. June 18th, I was at the Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table that was hosted by Moose Deer Point First Nation. There were about 24 of us there, 2/3 of whom I would say were First Nation individuals, and I found it very informative and very interesting, and they plan on following it up with another leadership table perhaps in October. No date has been set yet. And one of the topics of discussion, by the way, was the Indigenous peoples' recognition or acknowledgement that many organizations are now using in one form or another, and there's going to be further discussion on what should or should not be included and how it should be best utilized. I found it a very interesting gathering. June 19th, I had the pleasure of going to the Honey Harbor School graduation, and my congratulations go out to Dylan, Kimberly, and Aiden, who graduated from grade 8 in Honey Harbor. On the 21st, the St. Antoine and Danielle graduation took place. I did not attend, as I was advised that mayors from other jurisdictions did not attend, and it would seem a little awkward if I were there, so I sent personal congratulation notes to each one. And that would be Drake, PJ, Alec, and Bria graduated on the 21st. On the 22nd, Six Mile Lake Codger Association AGM. Yes, the planning survey was a often repeated topic, and they're obviously very interested in those results, and I think all of us at council are going to be very curious to see what comes out of it. Also had an interesting chat with them with regards to the provincial governance review and what effect it might have on our township. I followed that by going in the afternoon to the celebration of life of Kathy Shaw, and one of the things that really impressed me about that gathering was the really strong sense of community that our seasonal residents have that we don't always think about, but it's something that goes on to some degree year-round, and I think occasionally we forget that, but our seasonal residents have a very strong sense of community. On the 25th, I was in Gravenhurst in the morning for the Integrity Commissioner appointed by Gravenhurst and the District of Muskoka, who happens to be the same Integrity Commissioner that we have here, Suzanne Craig, and she gave a very informative presentation, which unfortunately I had to leave a little early from because MacTier School graduation took place that day, where I was with Councillor Douglas, and it was quite an enjoyable lunchtime graduation, and my congratulations to Darian, Maya, James, Dylan, and Logan. June 27th, I participated in the Porter Air inaugural flight from Toronto to Muskoka, and I think at least more importantly from my perspective, was a chance to meet with our Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport, Lisa MacLeod, and a number of her staff, because pleading the case of the Honey Harbor waterfront development, because apparently the file is on their desk for their approval before we get the final approval from the Eastern Ontario Development Fund, I believe is the right title. Good. Thank you, Jennifer, for nodding your head. June 29th, Honey Harbor Canada Day celebration. That was nice to meet lots of people, though I did hear complaints from a number of residents, predominantly about a threatening neighbor, which is a little bit outside the township realm, but we took a few notes, and we'll follow up on that. July 3rd, I was again at the Honey Harbor Landing for the Georgian Bay Forever's launch of their AUV, Autonomous Underwater Vehicle, which is like a mini submarine that they're using to do water testing, and it was very interesting to meet the various folks involved and learn about this vehicle, which unfortunately none of us can afford, but with groups together, they can get this out and doing far more water testing far faster than we can do by traditional methods. July 4th, I was also with Councillor Wienko meeting with the SSEA and their funding idea, which we'll hear more of tomorrow in front of Cal. And July 6th at the Cognisheen AGM, again, very good to meet lots of people and hear their interests and concerns. Also during the past months, I had, I don't know how many, at least a dozen or more conversations, or at least a dozen or more CAOs or retired CAOs and other municipal experts with regards to our transition from our past CAO to our current acting CAO. And I will tell you that as a community, these individuals were amazingly friendly, helpful, responsive, and it's a very positive community, the CAOs and retired CAOs, and I really appreciate all the contributions they gave to me. And as you can well imagine, I think Councillor Jarvis made some reference to this, lots of cocktail parties, dinner parties, and what have you starting to happen as all the seasonals return full-fledged, and starting to hear all their interests and concerns. And the regional governance review was a common topic among many of the places that I went. And as I told everybody, I don't think this conversation is going to end anytime soon. That's my report. And now over to acting CAO, Jessica. Sir. I hadn't planned to at this point. But Councillor Hazelton wanted me to mention that, yes, sorry for the interruption, delay. Acting CEO Gunby and I met with Tom Bain last week, Wednesday, I think it was, Thursday, Thursday, thank you, in which he presented some information to us on the septic system at Macy Bay, and I will tell you that I think that was a very well done, very well organized report that he presented, and some of that information is being passed on to our planning department for their consideration and further follow-up. But it was a very well, very effectively made, 45 minutes. Councillor Bochek.
Before we go to our acting CEO, I think we're all remiss, the four of us, about the meeting we had with Oak Bay on the 10th. It happened to be on the last month's council day, so we didn't include it in our report from today. And the mayor, myself, Councillor Douglas, and Councillor Wienko met with the residents of Oak Bay. It's called the Oak Bay Residents Association, and they have a representative from each of the different facets of the development, whether it's a freehold, townhouse, a single-family dwelling, marina. And they expressed all their concerns moving forward with us, in which we were able to use today in part of our deliberations over the resolution. So I just thought I'd throw that in. We all attended and didn't make recognition to the attendance.
Councillors Hazelton and Bochek, thank you very much for your additions. Any other oversights in my report? Because I'm afraid there's so much going on, it's sometimes hard to remember it all. One more time. Acting CEO, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jessica Gundy.
Are you sure no one else wants to make sure I don't speak?
Trust me, they'll interrupt if necessary.
So we have a new temporary deputy clerk starting next Monday. She will be a great asset to the clerk's department and help us out an awful lot. I met with residents to work on resolving some outstanding issues and concerns, and I share Mayor Coutsier's view of the meeting last week specifically, and I think it went very well, and I think we can positively move forward with anyone with concerns. There was a planning committee meeting on June 28th, and the planners were finally able to attend one of these meetings to learn how the committee comes to certain conclusions and how they discuss certain items. And the resolutions are on the council agenda today, and Councillor Cooper will be speaking to those. The three of them include scheduling an open house to discuss certain changes upcoming, but Jamie will be in the room later and he can talk to those if Councillor Cooper can't explain it.
Thank you. Next in our report, staff report, administration report 2019-10 on the Honey Bee Festival. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is actually a festival that would replace the Mayor's Golf Tournament that has been happening in the township for the last 8 years. Naturally, the mayor doesn't golf, so he would prefer to have an event with a philanthropic support for his charity of choice, and this has been on the table for discussion with staff since your inauguration. We've come up with this event because it has come to our awareness that we do have a apiary in Honey Harbor, and Lisa Lauder is here. She's in the corner sitting beside our new FedNor intern, Victoria, who I will get to in just a moment. But the apiary does provide honey for the hive, and it's made with honey bees from Honey Harbor. That's a cool thing. It's also an interesting conversation to understand why honey in Honey Harbor does so well. And although I'm certainly not versed in the field of honeybees, it is predominantly successful because of the winds of Georgian Bay and how those winds can take away predators, yet the honeybee can survive and actually flourish because there isn't a lot of competition for the same pollen. So we'll learn more about that if there's an opportunity for and an appetite for council to have a Township of Georgian Bay Honeybee Festival. We did put in front of you today a terms of reference that is a document that will help guide you as to where we are going to get some guidance from as we put this together. In the first year of a proposed 4-year festival, we suspect it will be small but mighty, but the gala we feel will be well attended, and we're hoping that it would also occur at Oak Bay, although the report did suggest we would have it at South Bay Cove. It's not available because the chef leaves for an out-of-country commitment. So if there's any questions about it, we can go from there, Your Worship. What did I say her name was? What did I say it was? Elizabeth. You know why? Because of Lisa Louder at funny enough, not related, not the same spelling, but her name is Elizabeth.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Wienko. Well, if you like.
No, I think this is a great idea. I'm all for this concept. I just want to report back some of the concerns I've heard, and maybe my own concerns, is that if you're going to have a township event, it should be inclusive for the whole township. And right now, a lot of the activities will end up happening around Honey Harbor, and the donations will be going to the biosphere, which I have no problem with. But I'm just wondering if we can maybe try to be more inclusive with the township as a whole. Like maybe the run could take place on the Schoolhouse Trail, or we could have the market maybe in the Port 7 Park and something like that. So just maybe try to include other locations within our township, so it doesn't look like a Honey Harbor event. And people, may not respond positively to a localized event. I'm just wondering what your thoughts on that are, that we can maybe try to get out to the larger community with the various events and so on. Because I know people from the inland lakes may not go to a Honey Harbor Pacific event and so on. Like they don't go to the jazz festival and so on. And I'm just wondering what we can do about that.
Through you, Your Worship, two schools of thoughts, just thoughts. We held an Oak Bay golf tournament in Port 7 for a number of years that could be equally accused of being not holistic when it was held in the community of Port 7. I like what you're saying about the Schoolhouse Trail. It would certainly help with a lot of logistics for road closures. The other piece of it is that the terms of reference speaks to it being a honeybee festival in the community of Honey Harbor. I believe that's a real ringer to be able to provide an organic, authentic experience. And it's open to everybody to come and travel in the community of Honey Harbor. So the flip of what you're saying might be that a good opportunity for inland lakes to come and experience it. The reason why we say in our terms of reference that 75% of the festival has to, in terms of marketplace vendors and art, needs to appreciate and honor the honeybee in Honey Harbor. We go back to, without respect to the Bala Cranberry Festival, where you can buy a leather belt. So the Bala Cranberry Festival has morphed into something other than cranberries and Bala. We would like to keep the Honey Bee Festival about honeys and bees in Honey Harbor. So it's kind of organic and centric. If it's the will of council, then your idea is very good about the fun run at the Schoolhouse Trail. So that's all I have to say.
Councillor Douglas?
I concur with, Councillor Wienko on this one. And I think what you're saying is quite important, that it is focused around the bee and Honey Harbor and the honeybees and so on. And I think it's a really important issue because that is a huge impact on our environment, losing our bees to bee mites and so on. It would be great if we could somehow include all of our inland lakes in either the advertising and including MacTier, the events. I'm not sure how we could do that, but just be a little bit focused, because I know with the Oak Bay golf tournament, that always included everyone. We had teams coming from MacTier and all over the place because it was advertised, or we had some conduit out there. Just for your information, we have someone who has an aviary on Go Home Lake who's very involved in producing honey. And I can pass you on that contact because you probably want to reach out to her. That will get to Go Home Lake. They will be set up in the art market on Go Home Lake, which is coming up in August. So just so you know, there are other people that are getting into the aviaries and having bees up here now, which I think is amazing. So I can pass on that contact if you'd like.
To your worship, that's a very good idea. We did also write in the terms of reference that we would like to advertise and promote and encourage bee people people who celebrate the honeybee within a 100-mile radius, which would certainly include Mactier as well as communities as far afield as Owen Sound.
Perfect, thanks, Jen.
Councillor Jarvis?
I think Councillor Bochek.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
I want to commend Mayor Coates here on this endeavor, along with our EDO. I was very suspicious when the golf tournament was announced it wasn't going to take place, because me being a golfer and knowing the amount of funds that we raised for the hospital.
I think the first part is why it may have been canceled, the second part not.
But I can see this being a festival of growth, where this is a great starting point, and we are going to divert the funds that are raised into the biosphere. And I think as this festival grows year after year after year, we may be able to engage more people and do more fundraising, and maybe even get back into the diversity of funding different things outside of just the biosphere, back to the hospitals and things like that. So I'm very supportive of this. I think it's a fantastic move, and I will throw my support behind this 100%.
Thank you, and just for a correction, it wasn't my idea. I just have grown very fond of it as it was given more and more detail to me, but I think the Elizabeth and Jennifer get that credit, not me.
Very well.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper. How's that?
I love bees. I like honey too. I really do like this idea. I like the concept. I'm behind it, just like Councillor Bochek is. My only concern is timing. Considering that I represent seasonal residents to pretty much wholly in my ward, I don't know how many people are going to be around to attend. That's my concern. Is there any way we could reconsider a date on this, notwithstanding when the golf tournament was, and I'm sure a bunch of other logistical things, but that would be my primary concern, is who would be able to attend from the seasonal resident standpoint due to the time of year. That's it.
Through you, Your Worship, that was our concern as well. The September 21st, there happens to be a honey event in Parry Sound. So that was our first date of choice. Our next date of choice was September 28th, but it's also the Georgian Bay Biosphere's Brouhaha in Parry Sound, so it would be impossible for staff to attend our event in their honor. October 5th was the next available weekend, and we have centered our entire agenda around the 7:30 sunset that would occur, so that the event would end at 7 o'clock to encourage seasonal residents, if they're up at the cottage that weekend, to get back safely. We've also worked with Oak Bay to ensure that if the traveling residents are coming by boat, they'll be able to have access to the marina, no cost, as well as golf carts waiting their arrival that they can whip through the community of Oak Bay to get to the Gava and be able to get back to their boat seamlessly without any concerns. I agree with you that the date is concerning, but this is what we've done to try to compensate. We just simply are, and honestly, for staff time, we need a little bit of time to put together something like this to do it right, because we do agree with Councillor Bochek that we think this could be a win for the community, and we want to make sure that we set the standard, especially with the terms of reference, to make sure that as it grows with the right ideas in mind.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I think this is a...
Microphone.
Sorry, I think this is a very, very good idea. It's on, thanks. Brian.
That's also on.
My goodness, turn yours on. So I think it's a very good event, and I like where it's going. I do have some concerns about the date, and I realize this year might be an issue, but perhaps in a future year, if this is successful, we might want to consider a date where there's a higher degree of our particular population available. In other words, the summer months. So I the first year you go at it, but I think we could create some real buzz around this. And
can she use that?
When you look at what's going on with communities like Midland and the Buttertard Festival, I think it's got legs, so to speak. So anyway, I'm in support, and I would, though, like to see it at a different date next year. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas?
I just have one more comment about the date. I actually think the date is fabulous because there are more and more people coming up to the cottage right through Thanksgiving. And there's so much going on in the summertime with people and their families and kids out of school and that. I actually think you'll get better attendance in this particular date, to be perfectly honest, from what we've seen. On our lake, you know, just the attendance, that people are more engaged about leaving the lakes and going to functions when it's not gorgeous hot and the kids are up and want to go in the water. So I think October 5th is a fabulous date, and we'll do well.
Through you, Your Worship, also we do need to honor the guest of honor for this particular event, and honeybees harvest their honey in August and in late September. So we need to keep that in mind as well.
I think what's really exciting about having a new event like this, the first round will be definitely a learning experience, and we will get all sorts of feedback, I'm sure, about how we can improve it the following year.
Yes, Your Worship. I wonder if I could just get some feedback from all of council about the idea of moving the fun run to the Schoolhouse Trail. When you make your decision, I'm just trying to be incredibly cognizant of the fact that a lot of people that are coming to this may not be coming by car. And I'm imagining that their cars are parked at the marinas to get to the fun run. When you're considering your decision about that, could you just keep that in mind?
Well, at this point, of course, we're not making a decision. We're leaving a lot in your hands, but I think it's an interesting suggestion to pursue one way or another.
I've run that trail, and it's quite nice on it. It's very pretty.
Yeah.
The bees are in it.
And yeah, and so I think we look at that. Who knows? We may run a shuttle. Okay.
Your Worship, one final thing before you read the.
And I think.
Can we adopt the terms of reference today? No. Okay. So we would have to return back to council to do that?
We'll talk about that later.
Okay. There is a piece in there that does have all of mayor and council with a commitment to do a tasting contest, and I just want to make sure that there's a feel for you guys being able to do that on that day.
Well, you got at least two of us now.
A commitment for a tasting contest?
Yes, you're going to be the judges.
Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do all of it.
Councillor Bocek, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I did. I kind of got a look from Jane here, and I knew what she was thinking. Budgetary concerns. It's in the forefront of everything we do nowadays, and how it affects our ratepayers. And I'm just wondering if you're going to be coming to us with a budget in mind of what you're going to need to facilitate this day, and if you are going to be doing that, is it something that's going to be coming to us fairly soon so that we can have the time to arrange, divert, do whatever to support this?
Your Worship, the whole idea of this is to have it as a multi-year event because there will be significant startup costs, especially with some fund supporting signage and logistics. So that's why I'm asking you for a multi-year commitment. But your question is, will it come back to council? We did decide at a staff level that we would be able to run it. We can report back to you at the end. The intention is to have it so that it's cost effective and supportive, sustainably supportive within itself. So registration would cover off some of the initial costs. If we run into problems, I guess we'll come back. But I think the plan at this level is to make sure that registration and fees help offset the initial logistics startup. So ultimately, you're not going to make as much the first year as you would second, third, or fourth, but there'll be less expenses.
Thank you.
If I may add, I did this when shuttle was mentioned, just that adds to the cost. That's all I was doing with that.
Right, okay. Yeah, shuttle costs are not cheap.
All right, any other comments at this point? The resolution that is in front of me reads, be it resolved that council directs staff to engage in the process of developing the Township of Georgian Bay Honeybee Festival for October 5th, 2019 with a Honeybee 5K Fun Run Walk, Honeybee Marketplace, and the Mayor's Honeybee Gala. and the council allocates staff time and resources such as tables, chairs, and equipment to the festival to ensure a safe, sustainable, and inclusive event to promote the health and awareness of bees, bee population, and bee producers. And the council directs staff to obtain the necessary permits to host the Township of Georgian Bay Honeybee Festival, including road closures for race time and permitting required for any tenting, and that net proceeds of any event be donated to the Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve, and the council commits to holding the Township of Georgian Bay Honeybee Festival annually until the end of the current term of council. Councilor Bianco.
And I'm going to support it because I think it's a great idea. But we're not committing to donate the money to the same group for the next 4 years? That's going to be considered each year?
In my opinion, no. I think they will be partners for the next 4 years, but that doesn't mean, as I think Councilor Bocek already pointed out, if this is as successful as we dream, I think we'll have others added to the list.
And that should be your choice as to where it goes, because the mayor should have the choice of where the money goes to. So I'm just saying that it would be nice to move the money around a little bit each year.
I can assure you I have numerous other groups that I'd like to see supported. One of the reasons that the GBBR were selected is not only because they're on my list, but because they also are involved with promoting honey and honeybees in Parry Sound, and I think they can be of great assistance in organizing this event. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Council, I don't know how hungry you are. We could break for lunch and come back with new business, or we could do a couple more items before we break.
How are you feeling?
Let's.
We could do the whole thing in the 45 minutes.
I think we should break for lunch.
Okay, let's break for lunch and we'll come back.
If not, we're going to come back for lunch and have 5 minutes.
Okay, it's now 12:15. Why don't we say we come back at 12:45, take a half hour for lunch? Okay, councilors, we are adjourning until 12:45.
Yep. You listen and listen and listen and listen. I like playing it. I know she's not playing, but she might. In the Go Home Lake golf tournament, are you interested in? Like, you're not going to play, but
I'm not sure yet. What's the date of that game?
that's a Friday before the long weekend.
This Friday.
Actually, our crew showed up a little bit late because there was confusion. They called 911 and 911 didn't know who to call. And so they called the, I believe they called the OPP, they called the Coast Guard, and finally the message got through to our department to get out there. And our department that had a boat, 10 minutes away, as opposed to somebody coming out of Midland or what have you. And this is a frustration that Chief has on a regular basis. By the way, he gave me his apologies for not being here right now because he was called back up to Gibson Lake, where I guess the MNR is fighting a fire, and our department is offering some assistance, but he believes it's getting under control. So that was just simply, that item was just simply for your information, and that our fire department may not be called out all that often, but when they are, sometimes it's vitally important. Next on our list, Councillor Cooper is going to give us a report on the Planning Committee, including some resolutions. Councillor Cooper.
So I'm going to ask Jamie to jump in when I make a misstep here, but I think I can sort of cover some of this off anyway. First of all, the committee started off with a new team this go around, and I think we've got a very good committee that we pulled together, sort of a mix of a variety of different skill sets coming to the table. So I just wanted to speak generally about that. Councillor Wianko couldn't be there. He was out of the country, I think, or no, you were over in Newfoundland, yes. But
He's been part of the country now for what, 7 years or something?
A few years. But we'll look forward to seeing him at the next meeting. But the committee selected Michael Williams as the chair of the committee for the next year. He offered to stand as committee chair once a year, just to make sure that there's support from the committee, and I thought that was a very good idea. I'm not sure there's too much else around that particular aspect of it, other than I think the meeting went quite well and efficiently. So I think Chair Williams was very effective in his role. So as far as the matters that we looked at, these you can see in the report that we looked at various things like shore platforms, and so we're going to have an open house meeting about that. You can just sort of scroll through the various reports, the various recommendations that came forward from the committee. And the second one was the site alteration bylaw, that the bylaw be revised again and brought back to the planning committee. And Jamie, interrupt me here if there's anything you want to add in.
Yeah, I think you're...
So just remind me, in terms of site alteration, we were asking planning to come back with some other recommendations, is correct?
Yeah, we're asking, I think, on that one to have an open house so that we could hear comments from the public and what their experiences have been, and where some shortcomings might be, and some examples of where there might have been site alteration that has occurred that we haven't been able to enforce appropriately based on shortcomings in the bylaw, so we could help to understand those scenarios. So the idea was to have an open house where we could get that feedback from residents and have examples provided, because I know I'm new to the position, and some of our staff are too, so we get a clear understanding of what the issues are out there, so we can design regulations to deal with them.
Councillor Wianko, you want to add in?
Well, sorry I missed the meeting, but I thought we also had the tree cutting bylaw in there too. Is that not being handled, or did the committee feel that was all sufficient? I thought it was the tree cutting bylaw and site alteration that we sent down.
Just the site alteration.
Your worship, yeah, it was
The
just...
tree didn't come down? Why wouldn't it? Because I think it's to go hand in hand.
I think we would agree with that. We're trying to deal with, does that have to fall underneath this though, or does it, the tree cutting?
They're two separate bylaws.
They are two separate, but they're both kind of the same thing, because they both apply to the 66 feet frontage.
So let's run that back to the committee again, and we'll discuss it at the committee.
If council approves the
If the
committee
council
discuss it,
approves it.
we can do that.
Yeah.
And I just have a question for the clerk. If we were to host an open house meeting on site alteration bylaw, can we also include in that open house meeting information about a tree clearing bylaw? Or-
Don't see why not.
Right, I think.
It's not a statutory public meeting, so there's no sort of advertising requirements and specifics that have to be done, so we can bring that up also at the open house.
Good.
I think that would be the idea, is let's
Sure.
have them just both discussed and
Tree cutting, after all, is site alteration.
It is,
Right.
and it applies in the same area.
And it's somewhat sensitive at the moment, so I'm glad that, thanks for raising that. So the next thing that, the island, undersized island policies, and so basically, it was decided that there'd be another open house. I think we actually had an open house way back in 2014 about this and got a lot of feedback, but we're doing another one. Is that, am I correct about that?
yeah, so the idea with this item was that we prepared some policies, which we had a public meeting on about a year ago. And we've looked at some potential modifications to the zoning bylaw. So we wanted to have an open house meeting to provide and get some feedback on those outside of the formal public meeting session of council. And then, once that's occurred, then we bring back the recommendations for to planning committee and council for consideration. So endorsement by planning committee and then the council for approval after that. That was the process that was outlined.
Quick question.
All right, Councilor Douglas.
Jamie, does that include the H's that are on the undersizes? Or
Haven't
just
looked
H
at the
or-
specific H's yet, but if we have an open house meeting,
It should,
similar to the tree cutting, we could pose the question.
because are we not finding duplication now, the way that they,
We have discussed that previously, but yes, there is, the original reason why the H was put on the properties was to ensure they had sufficient lot area over a certain size. We do require survey for any development proposal now, so there may be less of a need for that than there was historically. That's a question we could propose to the public, and that wasn't our discussion at all at planning committee the other day. But
okay.
in the same vein as tree clearing could be considered as part of site alteration, we could pose that question as well at our next meeting.
Yeah, I think we should, there's some controversy about that, and although I think it's necessary, it's become a duplication on the fact that we need a survey now. But anyways, well, that, I would make that recommendation that perhaps that get put into the discussion as well.
Councilor Wayne? Yeah. and then Councilor-
You've handled, what, 2, 3 of them here? I think the 3 of them require an open house. I don't know what discussion went on between a public meeting, open house. Are you going to do all 3 at the same time? You're going to have 3 different open houses? What are you expecting in an open house? Is it going to be somebody stands up, gives a presentation, and you comment on it? Can it be done here in front of council? Do you got to do the Baxter Community Center? What discussion went on there? Because I think if you had 3 separate ones at the Baxter Community Center for each one of these things, I think that might be a little too much. So what's the philosophy there?
Your Worship, there's a lot of things happening, and we think it's important to consult the public. Our idea was that, and we haven't talked about the specific mechanics of it yet, but the thinking was it could be a situation where it's an open house is typically a drop-in scenario as opposed to a question and answer period, so to speak, but where we might have tables set up to deal with each, or stations set up to deal with each one of these items. And if someone has questions about it or wants information on, if someone wants information on site alteration, they can speak to the people at site alteration. If they want information on undersized islands, they can speak to the people about undersized islands. So if you we're thinking drop-in session with different stations set up so that it doesn't take multiple days, we can do it all in one.
And do you think enough people come up here?
I don't know. I think if we host it on the right time of year, I think we have to provide the opportunity at least.
I'm hoping so, with the involvement. I suspect on the undersized island policies one there will be. And on that note, I think if we, I believe we also said that we were gonna try and get some of the work that you and your firm have been doing on this out to the larger cottage associations to get some feedback on the mapping and some of the other aspects of this. Is that not correct, Jamie?
Yeah, that would be correct. The idea would be that when we provide notice for these meetings, that we provide some introductory information so that people can be educated with what we're talking about and be prepared. There's no sense having a meeting where people don't know what it's about.
And we've got a lot of communities with specific plans, so, you know, whether it's 6 Mile Lake or Wabataisi or Galway Bay or whatever, that get them some material in advance. The Cottage Association presidents and planning person, I guess, is sort of what we were thinking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Yeah, just checking with you. Okay, so moving on down. Yeah, so the committee wants to discuss, and so you're going to come back with some ideas in terms of definition and interpretation of height measurements. This is, I'm assuming, relates to roof line and things like that. There was some concern that presently we're measuring a roof from a peak, and yet we have all sorts of buildings that are being today built with a flat roof, shed roof, and massive big pieces of glass, and we measure that building halfway down the side, which is somewhat unusual. So I think we're taking a look at that. Is that?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. But you want council to approve Kitty to discuss it?
That's right.
Right. That's the whole idea of all these things. Is council to approve us having some more discussion, and you come back with recommendation to the committee. The committee then comes back to council with some recommendations. Is that about right?
Yeah, on this last one here, on the previous items, council's already given planning committee direction to look at these items. Planning committee, through our discussions, identified this additional item that no one's talked about yet, so they'd like council to say, yes, go ahead and have a look at that.
The resolution itself reads, be it resolved, the council adopt planning committee resolutions PC-07-2019 to PC-10-2019 inclusive. Ready to vote?
Yep.
All those in favor? This is carried. Thank you. Councillor Jervis.
I know, it's got to do with the whole thing, and so where does it stand on the priority list of things for you to do? We keep running into this priority list, I think, time and again, as to timing and when these things get looked at and how much time Jamie can allot to them and when. So how do we prioritize these relative to everything else we prioritize for Jamie?
Well, this is the activity of planning committee,
Okay.
and Jamie does far more than just planning committee.
He does?
That's what he says. You want to add to that or deny?
All I can add is that we have that list of priorities, which we've been sticking to so far. We're on schedule for those items. There's a bunch of things here. Our focus is that if we're going to do any if we're going to make any progress on the planning matters that need open houses, we need to have some background information completed and dates set during this quote-unquote cottage season if we're going to make any headway on them in the winter. So these really have to become somewhat of a priority in terms of getting background information prepared so we can have the public consultation component of it, and then we can proceed with the drafting and the finalization of information through the fall and the winter public meetings, and hopefully have things in place for next building season. That's always what we look for. So we're on schedule right now. I think we can accommodate what's been.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the letter from the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. Now, I'm sure you've all read it, but I just want it for the public record because I thought it was a very nice letter that she wrote, and I think that I'll just highlight in the middle paragraph, during my travels across the province, I am fortunate to have the opportunity to meet with Ontarians from all walks of life. The spirit and pride of the residents of MacTier is, however, unmatched. This was on full display as everyone stood in the pouring rain to celebrate an historic milestone. So she, you know, I thought it was very nice, and that we just should acknowledge this publicly, if you will. I think the event was an extremely successful event, and I know we brought it up in the prior council meeting, but we received this letter since then, and I'm glad that I'm able to make it part of the event, part of the public record, rather. Okay, our next item, I don't know if the clerk wishes to speak to this, 'cause one of the added new business items.
This was brought forward by Councillor Rienko to move the August Council and Cow meetings from the Tuesday to the Wednesday to accommodate most attendance at a golf tournament on the Tuesday.
I thought they were to accommodate the changes in the district schedule because of the fact the week after is AMO. I thought you had a far more noble reason for changing the date.
Just a golf tournament.
A number of councillors and staff, would like to attend the Segbay golf tournament. I know Brian and I are attending, I need to attend, because there are our major constituents in our area and so on. And their event does raise, what, 30,000 for charity and so on. So I like to be actually physically part of that process. So if we can just change the date by one day, I would appreciate it, so Brian and I can be here. And I think a couple other staff members would like to attend too, so it would be nice if we could just postpone it one day.
Point of clarification then, are we talking about just the cow or council and cow? Because council schedule.
Council and cow, because on the Monday, our planning council has to be over by about 11:30, so the district councillors can make it up to Bracebridge for your development charge meeting at 1 p.m.
So the goal is to have all council on the 14th, council and cow, or planning council would still be on the.
Planning council's on the Monday still, just done by 11:30 a.m. Tuesday's an open day now, if this is passed, for the golf tournament. And then on Wednesday, we would have council in the morning and cow in the afternoon.
Okay. Any discussion? So I'm reading from this that planning council's on Monday, regular council is being postponed from Monday to the Wednesday, and the cow that was originally scheduled for Tuesday is now being also postponed until the Wednesday. So nothing on Tuesday whatsoever.
Yes, golf.
Well, okay. Yeah, apparently one or two of our councillors know how to golf. What? Is it not correct that one or two of our councillors know how to golf?
You can buy them.
I'm not sure I know how to golf, but I certainly know how to fundraise for a hospital.
I'm just going to say, all those in favor? Carried, thank you.
Thank you, fellow councillors, now I can golf.
Enjoy the golf.
Well, I think some of the councillors may want to join us in the evening. Hopefully the mayor would accompany me.
He's gonna do a ride along here.
Business is this one, establishing regulating bylaw, and then also
This one.
Sorry. Oh yeah, these two are bylaws. That's fine.
Red should be all over you.
And that's,
Yeah, these two are bylaws. They're all three bylaws.
but there was three things to our agenda.
Oh, actually.
Okay. Okay. Council, next on our agenda was a discussion around the boat launch. The resolution reads, be it resolved, the council receive the operations report regarding the boat launch RFP results for information. And I believe Councilors Rienko and Bochek had asked to speak to this matter? Or inquire after this matter?
Actually, no, because it's not a boat launch anymore. We're talking about the Volek, public landing, and there's no schedule for any work to be done there in the way of a launch.
Correct. My conception was this was the Volek landing at 6 Mile Lake Marina. It's actually the Wauwatosa facility that the RFP was put out on, and we're deferring the other RFP till later, so.
So just so I can make some friends here, our Director of Operations was correct this morning?
Yes. More or less.
More or less.
Okay.
And wasn't our clerk also correct this morning?
No.
I thought you pointed this out. Oh.
But to clarify in the confusion, that the township is replacing the dock at the Voltic Landing, and so the association wants to meet with Brad at the landing to talk about other issues associated with that landing.
But that's not for a council discussion matter at this point.
That's why the confusion came in.
Mr. Sokash, are you getting all this and understanding this and nodding favorably?
Absolutely.
Okay, so so council, shall we move on? Oh, okay, the question is, be it resolved that council receive the operations report regarding the boat launch RFP results for information. All those in favor? All right, so that's been taken care of. Anything else? No. Okay, so next are the two bylaws for our review. The first being 2019-67, establishing and regulating bylaw.
This bylaw was presented by the fire chief at the last committee of the whole meeting, and council, during the consent agenda process, has adopted it, but they have to go through the technicality of adopting it officially via resolution.
So we're simply formalizing what we had already approved.
Correct.
The resolution reads, be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2019-67 being an establishing and regulating bylaw. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now, this one's probably going to take a lot more discussion.
For sure.
I mean, it just takes me a long time to get down to it. Wait, that last one was a long one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. The resolution reads, be it resolved the council adopts bylaw 2019-76, being a bylaw to appoint Jessica Gunby as acting chief administrative officer. All those who wish to discuss? All those in, Councillor Hazelton.
So we have wording in this that kind of redefines or defines the powers and so on of the CAO. And I'm just a little concerned that we have a clause in here that has nothing to do with our acting CAO, but probably an old clause that allows the CEO to delegate powers to anybody. And that kind of takes council out of the loop, given that council are the people who are responsible for looking after the CAO. So I just thought that there was some wording in there that
Which particular can you number the paragraph, please?
7. Delegation of power, yeah, number 7 on page 62.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but what I read in the first paragraph is, whereby this bylaw or other, a duty is conferred on the CAO, the power and authority required to perform the duty is also delegated to the CAO. So I believe the first paragraph is saying the council has the authority to put a duty upon the CEO, and then she has, or in this case a she, has the authority to delegate that duty to those underneath her.
I get it. I guess my concern is the second paragraph of paragraph 7 says that the CEO can designate to an officer or employee of the township, but there's no visibility for the council in who that would be or notice of or things like that. And it just occurs to me that given that the CAO appoints the council, shouldn't we have some visibility into who is being delegated these responsibilities in, for whatever reason, you know, she cannot do that role?
If I can clarify now that I'm reading it again, it states that the CEO may delegate any of the powers, duties, or functions given to the CAO by bylaw. So that would be, the bylaw would come back to council. However, if you're not comfortable with that wording and council wants to amend the bylaw, we can state with council approval to clarify it.
So say that again, sorry.
The statement, it says that the CAO may delegate any of the powers, duties, or functions given to the CAO position by bylaw, the municipal act, or any other enactment.
Which means
Council approval.
council approval.
But if for clarity, if council wants to add those wordings in, we can do that.
I don't think it, again, the way I read it, it doesn't mean, so the CAO is given all these powers and duties by the bylaw and by the municipal act or any other enactment. Kind of stop for a second. She can designate those powers and duties and functions to anybody, basically anybody else she wants within the township, and council has no role or participation in, first of all, verifying that that person is the right person to be delegated to. And I think it's some sloppy wording from the past, and I think that we have an opportunity here to not just blindly kind of repass it, but to look at it and revisit it.
I can amend it with a clarification if council would like that.
My concern is that council basically has one employee, and that's the CAO. The CAO is the individual who hires and fires and directs all other employees. And so it's not expected that council would interfere with the CAO's operation of the lawnmower going on while we were in council. However, she's just delegated that duty without our approval. Yeah, I know, but my concern is, I don't want to see this change to the extent that we're in every personnel review or the hiring or firing of individuals, because that is supposed to be the CAO's responsibility.
And that's not my intent or concern on this at all. My intent is that if we read the way it's worded, the CAO could delegate to people that the council may not have the confidence in, and that may be something that the council should have visibility into before that delegation has taken place.
If I can clarify the intent, what I believe the intent is this, say for instance, the CAO, acting CAO was on vacation for 2 weeks? Yeah. They would likely appoint, for instance, Jane to sign off on the checks. So there's someone doing those duties. That was probably the intent. But again, we can put extra few words in there for clarification if we will ease this council's mind.
Councilor Douglas, I think you've had your hand up.
I have. I've had my hand up before several times. Okay, so, no, that's fine. That's fine. So I would agree with Jess if for some reason we feel we need, and I don't think we need, I think it's quite clear what it says. Some clarification, fine, but if what is being asked for here is that we give the CAO or give this council permission to interfere with staffing, who she appoints, I think that totally is not our preview. That is up to our CAO to do. That is what we put her in place for, and we should not be micromanaging that. If she makes a decision on something, so be it. That is because that is her job, not ours.
Councilor Bochek.
I understand Council Hazelton's point here, but my understanding of a CAO's position, that it is an autonomous position, that she is in complete control, or he is in complete control of all staff members, and through our Human Resources Department will hire and fire employees, senior staff members, whatever, at our own discretion. That's a power that's given to our CAO. If we don't like the decisions our CAO makes, then we take action against our CAO. I believe that's my understanding of this. Anything other than that would almost be micromanaging.
Councilor Cooper.
There may be some, here's this one word everybody loves, ambiguity, but I think we delegate the responsibility to the CAO, but when it comes to selection of especially senior management, I don't know of any CAO that wouldn't come back to the council. And if this implies, if this shows something ambiguous about that, then maybe that's what we might be looking for, is making sure that the CAO is consulting with the council with respect to, otherwise, council, I see Cynthia Douglas shaking her head. Let me finish what I have to say, and that is that I think we certainly empower the CAO to do a variety of different things, but it doesn't mean that the CAO would be acting with impunity. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm glad we get to have these conversations. This is very, very interesting and informative. I think the one position that we have any control over with hiring in this municipality is the CAO. CAO is, by virtue of definition of position, is in charge of hiring and firing everybody on the staff side of things, but we are still in charge of the hiring and firing of the CAO. And I think that therefore we should have the ability to be part of the process for having somebody fill in for the CAO when they're not here. So I don't know if that can bring things together or not. That's how I see it.
And I think too, what's important to note is this clause did not prevent our prior CAO, for instance, with consulting with council with regards to the planning director opening, because she felt that it was something the council would want to participate in. And I think, but I do believe that the Municipal Act, if you read it, to the best of my knowledge, and some people might have better knowledge of it than I, but I believe it states that the CAO is the sole employee of the council, and all staff activity go through the CAO. And that in theory, council would only, again, in theory, council only speaks to the CAO, and he or she speaks to everyone else. I have an amendment added. Be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2019-76, being a bylaw to appoint Jessica Gunby as acting chief administrative officer, as amended for clarification. And I think what I'm sure Ms. Gunby, as clerk, will seek confirmation and clarification of the best wording of paragraph 7 and come back to us with that suggestion.
There's 2 paragraphs, I think, that it mentions. Is that correct?
There's
And
2
I'll amend both of them.
And then for our approval, of course, at that point. Yes. Councillor Bochek.
I would suggest that during crafting of this word, this document, or these different paragraphs, that we consider the implications of what you're writing to the future hiring of a CAO who's going to look at this and with 25 years experience go, there's not a chance in the world I'm going to apply to that township if I don't have autonomous control over my staff.
This is basically a 3-month bylaw.
Okay.
So we'll be coming back in October with a different bylaw.
Then I'm fine with the temporary interim bylaw for that purpose.
Okay, so we are going to pass it as is, and to be clarified at a later date?
Yeah, I think that's my understanding.
I'm just going to add a line of clarification on the 2 sections brought forward, and then it will be passed.
Well, today?
No. Yes.
Don't we have to pass it today and make your, yeah. Are you going to do clarification right now?
Right now? Yeah, I'll do it after the meeting. I can't print the bylaw out from right here. We can take a break.
No, okay, so we're going to pass it, and then you make the clarification. Yes. Okay.
And will you bring it back, or
I'll just have like 2 words
Okay, all in favor? It's carried. The good news, I think, is everybody trusts you. Okay. Well, this is one of the added ones too.
Yes.
So the resolution reads, be it resolved that council adopts bylaw 2019-82 being a signing authority bylaw.
This bylaw just removes Lori Kennard's name and puts my name in place so that for the next few months I can do the signing.
I see a thumbs up. I don't think that's oh, that's a finger up? Okay. And it's the forefinger. You'd like to speak, sir?
No.
Oh.
I'm voting.
I haven't called for the vote yet. We know where one counselor stands. Anybody else wish to speak to this before I call to the vote? All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2019-81, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the July 8th, 2019 meeting. All those in favor? Carried. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 1:23, I'm in a different time zone, p.m. until Tuesday, August 13th this will be Wednesday, August 14th at 9 a.m. or the call of the chair. All those in favor? Do you need people to initial that?
No, I need to carry though.
Oh.
Wants to sing for Cal.
Well, I'm about to ask council. I see everybody's packed up. One option we have, if you're so inclined, is to do a part of the cow agenda this afternoon, so that tomorrow will be predominantly the presentations around budget. And the other items we could clear up this afternoon if you're so inclined for an earlier exit tomorrow. Because I know no food has been ordered for tomorrow. Councillor Bocek.
I've previewed the agenda of the cow, but planned on spending tonight diving into the details. So if it's the want of council to deal with a few of them today, that's fine, I'll go along with it. But normally I like to get a little heavy into it the night before so I have a good understanding. Right now I don't.
Okay. All right, we're putting it all off until tomorrow.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, we're done.
You're gonna be tested. I gotta go home and cut my lawn.
No, but you're gonna get a test tomorrow morning.
You got a free kid out there. Waiting to cut the grass.
Yeah, you can give us freedom again to cut.
He's really good at grass cutting. See, I wish he'd stop.